he echa oyate trokata kia o ayeki hena echa unyuha maoni piwachami elocha. I want to say thank you for allowing me a little brief time to talk about what the Wapchaha represents, and there's a very spiritual, sacred purpose of that headdress. It's not a toy, it's not a garment. So I wanted to pass that on to you. I want to hear this story. Catch up to me on the side and I'll tell you about it.
Oh, thank you, Harold. Okay, we're gonna keep on going down the agenda here. And the next one will be a bill drafting committee will be Tracy Zephyr. So she'll have, there she's right behind. Thank you. Okay, she's gonna grab her things. Meanwhile, I'll be talking a little bit about the Wapchaha. We need to bring that back in order. Okay, he says, stay off your phones out of respect for others, and also if you are going beyond a 3-minute time limit for the questions, just keep the questions to the short and quick, and then the whip man will give you 3 minutes to ask your questions, and not go on and on. But the first one is be a bill drafting committee, and then you have questions for her. That's what he wants, is to be up to the question to be clear and understanding, and get it done within the 3-minute time limit that is allowed. So I guess that's what we'll be doing here. So the first one will be the bill drafting committee, and Tracy Zephyr is ready here. So thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Ivan. Apetiwashte, everybody. I'm not going to take a long reintroduction because I think a lot of those in the room today have been here before, and I'm glad to see you all again and continue this good work forward. I'm Tracy Zephyr. I'm Mipdazipjo Lakota, citizen of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. Been a longtime attorney for my tribe and some other tribes that are present in the room today. Now working with Indian Collective as an attorney, and so glad to be here. My family, I should say, fights the thunder. I'm from Thunder Butte originally. So I wanted to give an update on the work that the committee has been doing. Before I do that, I want to acknowledge those who have been on the committee who are also in the room that have been spending a lot of time on this. Been working together. So Manny Ironhawk is in here, Steve Moran is in here, Harry Little Thunder is in here, Jody Archambault's also worked on this, Andy Reed is in the room, Elaine Yellowhorse, who's not in the room, I don't think, but had a lot of input on this as well. There's probably others, and I apologize if I'm missing anybody, but those are the core group who's been helping me with this. So it's not just me, it's all of us. We're all working together on this. When you checked in at the meeting this morning, you should have received a copy of the bill itself. It's a final draft. It's going to change, but this is what we've come up with. It's 17 pages, I think. There's a lot in there, and then you also received a bill summary, which is just a 2-page kind of shortened summary of what that 17 pages contains. So there hasn't been a lot of changes of the bill since the May meeting. The biggest change we made really was just swapping out some of the English for Lakota. So instead of seeing Great Sioux Nation in there, we took all that out. We've got Ocheti Shakoi in there as it should be. And then we also changed anywhere it says Black Hills, we changed that to Chesapa. So all of that is, if we're gonna get Congress to listen to us and understand it from our perspective, we start with our language. So this is a bill that's kind of a blend between Lakota, our thoughts, our values, and Congress in that world. So we've got to walk that line, and I feel like this bill is a good product of that, so a good combination of that. We decided not to make too many more changes, primarily because it feels like it's at a good point right now. It feels like it reflects everyone's feelings and thoughts that were in the room and in the committee meetings from our perspective, and it feels like it has what needs to come in there from Congress's side, from the federal government's perspective. So now the next task really is we have to do is wait until we hear back from any congressman or senator who may be interested in sponsoring this bill. They have people called staffers, and Holly is here. She's going to be talking about this process next in a little more depth. But until we hear back from them, we don't know what to change. We could continue to meet and could continue to tweak it and add things and change things, but at some point we got to just rest with it and hold it and share it, not only with the congressional people, but with our own people. So the hope is that we take this draft that you have here, the one that's dated May 4th, 2024, that's the day or two after our last meeting, because it incorporated the changes from that last meeting. Take this and take it out and share it widely. Talk about it. If you have questions about it, get a hold of someone who's been on the bill drafting committee, or get a hold of someone that is knowledgeable about this, and or even just talk among yourselves. This is not a document that is set in stone, that it's right or wrong. This needs to be a reflection of all of us, and so that's our update from our bill drafting committee. We feel like it's at a point where it's ready to be shared with Congress and with our, more importantly, with our people and with our communities right now. I'm going to pause here and see if anyone from the committee has anything that they want to add or comment on. And if there's not, then we can, if there's any questions from anyone else that we could talk about. I see Manny has his hand raised, and then Francine, I see you too. Okay, Francine.
Ampetu washne. We chach we tokahe we hemie. I'm Washichu Chaje Francine Garrow Hall, and I'm a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Council. I am a descendant of Hewanji One Horn, who was a signer of the 1868 treaty. I'm also a bloodline descendant of Tashunkawitko, Crazy Horse. My question is on or comment, I guess more of a comment. I've read through this, it's very good. Thank you to the committee for your efforts. And I'd also like to thank, before I begin, I'd like to thank Mr. Tilson for having the vision to bring this forward to get us all together. I appreciate that, Mr. Tilson, for your visionary leadership, and I thank you. On the first part of the act, I really believe that we should put in, as part of the language, we need to put the word legacy. We need to put the word legacy in there, because when this colonial government came, what they stole from us was our legacy that our ancestors had fought and died for. And all of the riches that were taken from us and made us an impoverished people. And this government, this colonial government, and all of its subsidiary municipalities and governments have the gall to blame us for our impoverished state. Had they not stolen our legacy, we would be very rich. We already are in terms of our culture, you know, the original instructions that were given to the peoples of the earth by the Creator. Our people have gone forth and have not forgotten what those original instructions are, and we carry those on and have for generations upon generations. So I think it's very important because the Washichu, they recognize, they know what the word legacy means. So I think we need to put that in there. Oh, hechitu, pilamiyaye.
How? Aquele mecha. Da kunne prinkte, ptelila. Oh, yeah. You guys are all Lakota, but when you come here, you guys turn into Ramkotas. You guys know that, don't you? Just kidding. I only have one thing. So is one of the committees or even tribal government or somebody ever contacted our historic allies, the Mahpiatro and Shahinala Oyate? That's my question. At least if they are told, or at least if they're notified, I think it would be good. That way they can't say otherwise that they've been tried to contact. So, hechitu, that's, and one other thing, I wanted to congratulate all 2024 graduates from kindergarten to college today. And I think that's in order for our people and our youth to continue on. But I wanted to make a comment on that. We live in O'Numpa. Ikcherichasha na Waishichu over here. Over here, we go to this American education system, and we graduate from there, and it's good. Hey, what's that? We need to continue that way. But on the Lakota way, we can't get a degree in that. It's what we do here and actually live it, that we get an invisible degree of who we are. And hopefully, in the future, that can change. Pilamaya Palu.
I can speak to that one a little bit. Well, first, you know, anybody in the room that wants to invite other tribes to come to this meeting, anybody in this room can do that. It's not a hierarchy, it's a circle, you know. And so I think that's one thing. Sometimes we're waiting for somebody else to reach out to the Shahila or reach out to, you know, the Arapaho or reach out to the different tribes. But anybody in the room can do that and invite them. Our strategy from the beginning has been that a lot of times what happens is we need to create consensus amongst the Lakota. And so our emphasis so far in this our strategy so far has been to reach consensus amongst the Lakota, because we're always the hardest ones. I don't know why that is. Maybe Manny knows. Maybe everybody in the room knows. But because we are the hardest ones to reach consensus, then that's why we've been focusing on that. It hasn't been because we're trying to exclude others. It's been because we're trying to make sure that we reach consensus. Because our allies are ready to support us everywhere. And it's way easier when when we have reached consensus for our allies to support us. Other, even others outside of the Osheti-Shakoi and other Dakota tribes throughout the Osheti-Shakoi and our allied tribes. So that's just been the strategy moving forward. But also, anybody who feels that they should be invited to the meetings now, moving forward, then we should invite them. You should invite them, and especially now that there's momentum. We wanted to make sure that there was momentum for this idea before we, started saying, hey, this is what we're going to do, because we know what happens once we start moving too fast. The people are saying, wait, you didn't even talk to your own tribe. We didn't even talk to this treaty council. So it's been a process that we've been trying to do collectively at a slower pace. But now that there's momentum, I think it's, that's my opinion. Hachetu.
Are there any, I see Harry. I see one over here too. So I'm going to go over this way first, and then I'll come over to you, Harry.
Hi, good morning. My name's Karen Artichoker, and I'd like to extend a handshake to each of you. I'm Oglala Lakota, enrolled member citizen. My grandmother's Emily Codier Lessert. My grandfather's John Artichoker, a Ho-Chunk. And I was just thinking we could take more than 3 minutes just introducing ourselves, Jim, but can appreciate the need for protocol. But I've done a little bit of national legislative work, and I was glancing at the summary, and before my comment, I really want to applaud everybody that was involved with drafting this, because I am well aware of how difficult and time-consuming, and it's just a lot. I know it's a lot. So I just had more of a comment and something to think about. I was just wondering about that the operation and maintenance dollars for 20 years, and then extinguishing the settlement dollars, and if it's totally unrealistic to think that maybe the settlement dollars should actually come to us and it could be used in perpetuity. You were talking about that legacy we're talking generations and generations for our healing here. And so I think we still deserve those dollars. And if we could use those dollars and, of course, continue to invest them, we've seen that pot of money grow and grow and grow since that settlement was offered. We could maintain and operate the land and also maybe do some other positive things with it, and then we wouldn't have this 20-year time limit. I think it needs to be in perpetuity. Just a thought, just an opinion. Take it as you will. Thank you.
How? Oh, go ahead. Ladies first.
Tokala Wombly. I just wanted to make a comment that no, I forgot to introduce myself. You know, that took a lot to look into the future, but I just had a frame of mind here, and the comment I want to say. I'm getting close to 3 minutes. We asked for the money, right, from the United States. You know what the United States' deficit is today? 36 trillion. That means anything. That was my comment.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Karen. Before I turn it over to you, Harry, I just wanted to respond to that. Just to be clear, one of the principles that we're standing on is that we're not taking that money. We're giving that money back. And so, you know, we did have some conversations about, you know, if we take the money, it needs to be retitled. You know, we kind of kick that around a lot, trying to figure out in what way could we take that money. You know, but no matter what we call it, we can't take that money for our land. We can't take that money, and we don't want it to ever be portrayed or look like we're taking that money for the land. So that's why in the end, this bill is written, there's no money. We're not taking the money. We're walking away from that money. And if we can't, we as Lakota people, we need to figure out how to take care of our land in 20 years. So that's why we're said 20 years, the federal government will, you know, we put in here that the federal government will give us whatever it was spending to manage the federal lands in the Black Hills for 20 years. That gives us 20 years to use their money that they were using for it, and us figure out a way to manage it on our own. So we have to learn this, and I'm just afraid that if we try and talk about getting that money and creating a legacy, endowment, there's lots of Washichu words for that. It's still going to look like we took that money for that land, and we don't want that. We don't want that. So that's just my comment on that. I'm going to let Harry speak, and then I see Jody raising her hand after Harry is done.
How? Here was Chanta was the Yushki and Napet use Apollo. Let me try money, Melo. Now, Wakpa was the table Wahi. Cha Ishale Yuhana Kapke, the bill drafting committee. And now, Isha Yuhapo. Dakuku la Danish ya voyag la cap chim tantas chivokla capo. Charlie. Real quick, I put my timer on, so I'll try to get off before 3 minutes here. Anyway, I'd like to say briefly, real quick, that I was happy that I got the opportunity and honor to work with the bill drafting committee, and with Kola, Andy, Reed, and Tracy leading us through this, the legality of this. And with all of us that were in here, in that committee, we actually named, the Tracy name. So I'd like to say congratulations, and it's been a long 3 or 4 months of this drafting, and I look forward to the meetings every time when that committee gets together. Real quickly, Nick, this goes out to Nick Tilson. Nacho. I talked to my relatives in northern Cheyenne and northern Arapaho. I got blood relatives over there, Little Thunders. And I got a chance to talk to them, and I'd asked them if they had treaty council, and they do. And I did talk to the tribal council. And I left the phone number for Indian Collective phone number and to get hold of you, Nick. I don't know if they did. This was last month. So I wanted to put that out there and just to let you know if they called or not. And lastly, I represented the bill drafting because our great-great-grandpa, Chief Yellowhawk, was a treaty signer of 1868. I had my relatives sitting next to me, Hap, and I brought my son, Keith, and my Trakojas with me, and we all represent the Tiospayes. And on my dad's side, I'm a descendant of Chief Little Thunder from Sichangu. And my mom, also, her father was Chief Thunderhoop Minikoju. So that, I just wanted to relate that to that treaty signing of my great-great-grandpa, Chief Yellowhawk. And there are many other people in this room that are descendants of treaty signers. And I'm glad that you're here and to listen to this bill drafting. So with that, thank you, Andy and Tracy, for those work that you did. Hopila.
Thank you, Harry. Jody, did you want to say something?
Haumitakepi. Jody Arshambo Machapi, and it's really good to be here. I just wanted to address the question about the funding, and I think some of the earlier meetings that we had in bringing the people together was they spent a lot of time with spiritual people from the Black Hills Steering Committee, and I think one of the requirements for getting the support was contingent on that question of the settlement. And so the reason we're sitting here all talking about this is because it just gets too slippery when you start bringing in the question of funding. And just wanted to, I always bring this up when we talk about the funding, is that when we went through this COVID or quarantine times, the United States gave the Ocheti Shakoi funding through there was an early COVID bill, then there was the CARES Act, and then there was ARPA. And if you add up all those bills, or add up all of that funding that came directly to the tribes, it exceeds what the government is offering for the Black Hills. And so you can see how quickly that funding just can go like that. It's just gone. And then after that, our claims are dead for the land. And so once you start down that path of discussing, well, maybe an endowment, maybe this, maybe that, and our people have gotten a lot of challenges. We've had this question, Cobell, the trust land settlement, they called it Salazar, and Keepseagle. So there's a lot of these judgment fund settlements that have come to our people, the Ocheti Shakoi, in the past, I would say 10 years. And that exceeds, I don't know what the exact dollar amount is, and the tribes have privy to that information. I don't. But it's up there. It was started out at 100 million, and now it's over $1 billion. And our tribes received well over $1 billion for those 3 acts, not even counting so the point is that it goes like nothing. It's just like gas, put fire to gas and it's just gone. And so that's part of the reason that, anyways, I was taught, and the way that the people and the elders talked about it, where I grew up in Pejutahaka, and over again is they're not for sale, that there's no amount of money that could ever compensate us for that. And just because it's sitting there doesn't mean that we have to take it, doesn't mean that we have to even entertain it. And the bill is explicit about that, and that's why we have the support we do, and we do have to. Okay, here he comes. That's it. Thanks. Miklushta.
Geez, you pushed it, Jody. 20 seconds over, too.
If I could give you a little tip, if you're going to run over the 3 minutes, maybe you can have somebody take up a question and yield you their time. If you're going to get long-winded.
Getting all parliamentarian now.
I
Yearly
wanted to
time.
address that question also about the money. That decision's been made. We had ceremony. Every meeting that we had since we started this, we said that we were not doing this for the money. It's also a strategy because we know that the money was created for the purpose of dividing our people. That's why it was created. It wasn't just compensation, and there was nothing just about it. And it sits there, accumulates interest, and further divides our people. And that's why we didn't want to accept it. We didn't want to accept the money as an organizing strategy because it would prevent progress from getting the land back. It would prevent progress from this bill happening because we are not united on that issue. And so that's why the intent has been clear, to focus on the land, And that's why, and that commitment's been made to people about the intent and purposes of this meeting. That intent was made when a chanupa was filled and taken to ceremony, and we went before the spirits, and that intention is being fulfilled right now today as members of the spiritual committee are going to sacred sites to take that intention there too. So just wanted to clarify that that has been the intention since the beginning of this effort, and that consensus to move this effort forward, that was already decided. So I share that because, I shared that at the beginning when I said, what is the purpose of this meeting? The purpose is not about the settlement money. The purpose is about the land. And so accountability to the Gashulas, to the altars, to the spirits, just wanted to clarify that many things had happened and been put in place to move forward for this work too. So that's it too.
Thank you, Nick. With that, I think we're going to be done with the bill drafting committee report. Like I said, you all have a copy of it, and I encourage you to take it out, share it with your family. Oh, we got Steve. Okay, hold on. One last comment.
Wopila chicha paluia. Literally, haimna kawito hita kabna wars ake aikwak. Honale autre kanach onach mit reits mi hasen jo akakina. Ik tablinkte hetjemina omoprakte. Etsi hanik ta kon lila shitu un kokich ampiwa shitu ya. Na makhoche kiletsun kitsimple tra na mo oshitu ki sloleapo Moses kayena yapshe ta kun kokich amkia lala nunchi moya enezet absin chimsin kha che alt apolo anastasna Awitjik to Makainas is tam niet ochtends als nu maka. Ze let gegaan nach ja skamma ik tap niet ik ta opgebracht. Het zo wel hele
Mikluia National Chloe. Was Aketan Hiwachu. Nakablana, it's him Malakota. Mochiankamoka, Yopi Maple. Ehanishna Tako Naga. Was je kena? Ito zugzo nigenang ktelo. Mokha hetselo na hetselo yon yanka. Was je meer was je manu eetake. Asiti etche was je manusa wine check-up. Was le build drafting up killer. When we first started looking at the bill and started putting words together, I had to think to myself, and I kind of let the other members know that this thing that we're writing is going to be read by some Washichu Che Hancock. So we have to use their words to make them understand what we want, what why we want this back and all that, so forth. And that's what I'm going to do. So, what I'm going to do, le yon yankom ni wonglaka. Dat wak opgave na Oslolia pitaku kaki problem. Is yetzel meerzel kakisme taku chime. Hotel het zo'n opgamit in eerst het ook heb opgeet op met taku opgeet op taku ja. Het zal ons agion kachten. Nou, dan kun taku akab praten. Ihane otkhoslet mazkar kiki chumhata. Techchakaya.
Tisha, did I see you have your hand raised? Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Techchakaya, dan je ski je ook het brengt het wat zien gaan. Wat ze nou met zich op de mond geroepen ziet je appel. Oh, het zit wel. How?
Oh, are you done? Hastelo. Tracy? Oh. Okay, I'll answer a little bit of the why we are not being able to bring the other tribes or the relatives that are from the Cheyenne and the other places. I think we have to all go out, and whoever wants to go do these things, we have to all meet up and create a big meeting for that purpose of gathering all our traditional relatives that are going to be creating the Ocheti Shakowin delegation. That needs to be put in place yet, and so we have a legal entity to bring all these here things for a signature, and also for all our people to understand what their role and things are. Because this year, Ocheti Shakowin has got to be done by all the fires that are on that Ocheti Shakowin. But the lead is the Titua of the Lakota. So this is where we are at. We have to understand, educate ourselves on what fire we belong to, and also be inclusive of the relatives of Ocheti Shakowin allies. And those are done by ceremonies and protocols to be inclusive of all of them, so that they bring all their societies to these meetings, or representatives to these meetings. And so I think June 24, 25, there's one of those meetings over at the Little Bighorn Battlefield, and I'll be attending that one, so I'll put that question out there for them. There's another treaty meeting in Standing Rock starting on the 21st, and they should also come up with that solution or question over there, and make kind of a time for us to have an Ocheti Sakoin delegation meeting somewhere on our lands so that we can address all these issues. And so I think that's what I would propose, for those of you that want to be getting involved in such a high scale, because it takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of commitment, and sometimes it takes a lot of money to feed a lot of people. And we have to find a place that can gather, where we can gather that is large enough for the Ocheti Sakoin to gather. So those are things we've got to put out there and work towards. And so the next thing we have on our schedule, on the agenda, is legislative advocacy. And that will be done by Holly Cook Macaro and Jody Archambault, if you can make your way up here and take on this next task here. So legislative advocacy. And they will tell you what they're working on. And I thank you all for listening.
Andin Buju, Paganigishigo Kwan Dejanakaz, Makwa Nindodem, Mesquagami Wizagaganing in Donjaba. My name is Hole in the Sky Woman, or Holly Cook Macaro. I'm from the Red Lake Nation in northern Minnesota, and I do government affairs for Indian Collective.
Jody Archambault, Imachapi, thank you.
So I'm going to give a status of where we are and next steps. I think Nick announced that, I think you did, our next meeting won't be until the fall. The Senate Committee on Indian Affairs has our draft of the bill, and they've sent it over to Legislative Council. As I've mentioned at the previous meetings, when a bill is about to be drafted, the Legislative Council, which is a nonpartisan body within the Senate, is kind of like a service, I guess I would say, for senators and members of Congress to draft legislation, to have it conform to the legal language with the correct references, et cetera. So they've had it for about a month. I touched base with them this week. They haven't received anything back from Leg Council. They are also looking at it to ensure that we get a reference to the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Sometimes bills get a split referral, is what we call it. A bill is introduced in the full Senate. The parliamentarian then assigns it to a committee. We want to make sure that this bill goes to the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs and not to the Energy and Natural Resource Committee, given all of the lands and the subject in there. So that's what's happening now. We hope to have that feedback within the next month or so. It's appropriation season in Washington, D.C. Both the House and the Senate are consumed with passing the government funding bills. Senator Schumer is also very focused on getting as many federal judges moved through the Senate as possible. So time is of the essence, and in terms of the time that we have left in this administration, today's June 15th, so they will be in session for another 2 weeks. Then they'll go out for the 4th of July. They'll be back in for 2 weeks at the end of July. They'll be out then the entire month of August and the first part of September. They'll come back for about 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, about 2.5 weeks at the end of September, and then they're going to adjourn on September 30th and to go home to campaign for the election, either their own campaigns or for their presidential candidate. So we won't see Congress back then. That's just a few weeks when you look at that schedule. And so then we won't see Congress back then until, I think it's the 12th or the 14th of November. And they're scheduled to be in for about 2 weeks, go out for Thanksgiving, 2 weeks in December. So even though we're only halfway through the year, there's not that many weeks left in the congressional calendar. And when we come back, when we meet again in the fall, we should have some feedback from on the bill, and we'll have some work to do on that feedback. And as I have mentioned, they are going to conform that bill to what they want it to look like. In addition to that, we're going to have some new work to do when we begin these meetings. And I'm so glad that we have the resolution from Standing Rock. I really encourage the remaining tribal councils to pass those resolutions. It's going to be the first question we're asked when we all begin going in to do these hill visits and meeting with the department, whether at Ag or at Interior. Who's supporting this? Who's supporting this? So having those are very powerful. And so I'm hopeful we can, when we return, we have more of those as well. I was really glad to see that the Standing Rock resolution included the language requesting the technical assistance at the Department of Interior. That's an important next step for us as well, that we request that meeting and that we request the technical assistance. They're ready to go. They're ready to give us that help. We just need to get a tribe to send in that meeting request. If it would be helpful, and we can email out kind of a generic draft of the language or examples of Standing Rock's resolution or the drafts that have been out there. Maybe we can do that as a follow-up to this meeting, Tracy. The next questions that they're going to ask after they ask who's supporting it, and we begin that pass back and forth after we get their feedback, is they're going to ask about management. They're going to ask about access. They're going to ask a lot of questions that we haven't drilled down to yet in the bill. So this is, even though this is an important milestone, this meeting today, where we are at that point where we're getting, the bill is in, we are hopeful we'll have a sponsor and identifying that path forward both in the House and Senate. And then we've got that new work to do in drilling down to the details about how it's governed, how it's managed, and who still has access. So that is where we're at. That's what we have to look forward to. I thank everyone for all of their hard work in getting us there. If we have developments on sponsors, et cetera, I'm sure Nick or Tracy will send that out via email to our list. If there are any questions or about the status, any of that, Allie Moran, who couldn't make it today over at Cheyenne River, she leads our legislative committee, or Jody and I are available to help as well.
I just wanted to underscore that the next step is to get that feedback, and that the draft that you have in front of you, it will continue to change based on negotiations. So we're not, like what I always say is ask for what you want, not what you think you can get, because there's going to be things that are going to be compromised in order to get the bill passed, to get the land back. And so that's going to be, I think it's really important that we have unity, that we want the land back. And how we get it back, if you look at the Bradley bill, there were a lot of things in there that were changed in this draft, and it had to do with the mining and the timber. And so you can imagine that those are the things that are going to continue to come up as points that the Congress will be asking about, but that's not to, I'm just saying this because I don't want to build expectation that what we're presenting here is what we're going to get, and that this is the process that lots of tribes have used to get land back in other areas of the country, and that this is just something we have to keep going. We have to keep making it clear to the United States that we want the land back. And I think the tribal support resolutions, first of all, I would just want to thank everybody, all the people who have continued to come back and make this a priority taking time out of your day, because the people are really who are the most important in this bill. The people have to be the center of this bill. And if the people want this, then it's going to happen, and we have to believe that. Even if it doesn't happen this year or next year or the next year, we have to believe that the people, and we have to show the grandkids that this is what we want. The other thing is that the tribal councils, they answer to the people. And the way that it happened in Standing Rock is we had esteemed elders go to tribal council and go through a regular process. And so Lekshi and Tui Goodhouse, they went before judicial, and anybody in here can do the same thing. We're also going to go to the districts, and we're going to hold conversations with them. And even by the act of going out there and talking about it, it brings it makes it a bigger priority in people's minds. That's why we're doing this. So the back and forth that's going to come in the fall, it's going to be hard, but just sticking together and keeping in mind that we can do this, and the unity that's going to be required about the main provisions of getting the land back is have to keep going back to. The other thing is and I'm of, you know, Holly's worked with Congress. I've worked in the administration, so that's kind of my stronger area of work. And we always kind of, she's my adopted sister, and she is also really good at what she does in Congress. I would say that there's timelines that are stated about the Congress, and there's not, you know, they're not going to meet that much and all of that. That's for awareness. It's not to push people into hasty decisions. It's not to push people into making like this the most urgent thing. But we just have to be aware that election's coming. There's not very many days. It's hard to get people's attention, and we're going into a weird election year. And all of that's going to impact how quickly people work with us. But at the end of the day, the legislative effort, we have really good people. You know, even if the tribes are talking about it on the floor, and I think Anessa and her group is going to talk a little bit more about this, but the tribes are supporting the idea of legislation. So I want to just reiterate and underscore that resolution in Rock is the idea. And I think they'll talk more about that.
I thought Jim was cutting your mic again, but no, I think that's it.
I have a question. You know, the Ogallala, Cheyenne River, Standing Rock, and Rosebud have signed co-stewardship agreements with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Forest Service. I think that strengthens this effort, because we're getting our people trained on how to manage this land. There's going to be identification of indigenous plants, medicines, you know, that our people use. So I think if we also keep that in mind, you know, this committee that goes before SKIA or whomever, you know, that they put this message forward that, you know, as tribal governments, we are doing the preparatory work, okay? Thank you.
Yes, that is absolutely a great point, that we can demonstrate capacity, the training, and do all that. Thank you for raising that.
I got a question. For the legislative committee, job well done, a lot of good information. I'm part of the treaty council with the Wakapawashte Oyate Topa, and I just talked to Andy Reid, one of the lawyers, and Manny Arnott. And when you guys go to Washington DC to see the staffers of legislators for negotiation, now this is my first time, you know, with this situation. That the Treaty Council, I think we talked about that a while back on Zoom, that the Treaty Council should be there during negotiations. And we did talk to Tracy, I believe, recommended 2 people or 3 to be on that negotiation from the Treaty Council. And I guess we like to hear your input.
So most certainly the people are the ones who would have to be the representatives. It wouldn't be any of the logistics or the, you know, the organization of Indian Collective or other organizations that are behind it. It has to be the people, representatives from the treaty councils and the tribes. And I don't want to jump ahead too much into naming who or how many or anything like that. I think it's important that you guys, that Harry, like, you guys have a voice there. That's something that is absolutely the intent of how this is going to go.
We will continue to play the role of facilitator, and certainly I or any, the folks on the committee are not authorized to do any sort of negotiation. What we can help with is facilitating the pass back, which will go directly back to, Tracy as the head and the rest of the legal eyes on the drafting committee, and then any changes would come before the group.
I got a question. Like Harry was saying, we're on a treaty council, and we're not recognized on Cheyenne River, but we know we're the original ones there. And my question was what Harry asked. The treaty councils have to be involved all through this process. And the other thing is, when we had our committee meetings, we need to get what you guys pointed out this now is we need to get our treaty council people, tribal council people, and whoever in these for the funding and the management. We need to start those meetings now, because like you said, they're going to come up in the fall. And if we don't start the meetings now, we'll probably be running behind again. But we need to have those meetings beginning immediately. The other thing I wanted to comment to is Wounded Knee 1890 removed the Stain Act. We're still fighting for that too. And that's going to be presented in December. And so we're not giving up. I think the whole Washington, D.C. and the Senate, I think they know that we're not going to give up. And that's going to be the first process to remove those medals, which doesn't belong there. So, thank you.
My name is Bob Hall. I'm a Arikara and Hidatsa. The Arikara side of me, we're all Missouri River people. We started further south, and as pressure came and illness, we ended up moving up into what's now North Dakota. So I want to acknowledge the idea of involving other tribes, though somewhat distant, in recent time from being acknowledged of being out here. I will make a personal commitment to talk to the leaders back home in government and encourage them to be aware and get informed on this. The United States blew a real opportunity after 9/11 of reaching out and making peace around the world. Instead, they used fighting as their answer. We have a real opportunity after No DAPL to pick up on that goodwill and make it fit this. Other tribes have been getting land back, and this is just another bigger step in that direction. Two things in here jump out at me. On page 10, item 4, payment to valid existing rights holders. The United States shall use the judgment fund to pay holders of valid existing rights at the time of return the value of the remaining term of the right. That's a good use of that money they've got set aside for this, not trying to use it as leverage. The second thing that jumped out is on page 14, item D, access to return lands by other Native nations. The Ochedishikoy and its governing entity in the spirit of peaceful relations pledges to respect and honor the access to the Haisapa by other Native peoples, nations and peoples with ancestral ties to the Haisapa for spiritual and traditional purposes. I think that really needs to be emphasized. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh.
Just a quick, sorry, I'm just going to give a quick clarification on that judgment fund reference. That is not the settlement money. That is the Department of Justice's judgment fund that settles claims against the federal government, but not the Black Hills settlement money. Yeah.
I'm talking about Takoni Pkachi, Emmanuel Redbear, much up. Back in 1990, Lelwati Lakota Homes. Back then, there was a Senator Bradley bill trying to get the Black Hills back. There's about 10 other people that put in Bradley bill, Black Hills bills. Etakio and Najuju. Everything fell apart because everybody and their dog wanted a bill to get the Black Hills back. 1990, we've been working on this, dealing with this Black Hills issue about getting our land back. Since then, there was elected leaders like Baraka, President Baraka, what's his last name? Obama came to Standing Rock. Everybody thought that it was a good time to get this Black Hills bill into Congress when Obama was a president. Since then, I've been having meetings, and now we got Biden in there. What's going to happen if Trump gets in? What all we work for is going to go down the tube. So there's a window of opportunity. There's a window of opportunity for these people that are working on this to make that opportunity happen in Congress and in Washington. So anyway, my question was, when is this window of opportunity coming up before the election? And we got to collaborate together as treaty councils, IRA governments, and traditional people to work together. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. We've been working on Lakota language summit all these years, and we got some Washichus that created orthography. Now we're using theirs. So tuhan Washichu aji hi hanin takia chuha hechutulo.
Push the button
Just-
on the mic.
Yep, push the button on the mic right there. Here, Jody's going to help you.
Whip down on the ground for a while. I'm going to talk about. Put the whip down. Okay, Hoana. It's just a reminding and think about it. We talk about hey, Sapa land back. Instead, I can't, who I am, my name, that's different. The bottom line, we talk about the hey, Sapa land back. That's the bottom line. I want to mention a little bit, just a few, remember and think about it. We got some people here, the findings. Okay, why Congress is not in bill? Tell us about the history. Who we are, where we come from. That's the history. That's the history. Spiritual. Wakantranka, Tronkashila, that's Chanumpa. Legal connection, no Chichichakoin. We're all Tiospayes. We say Tiospayes. We're not even organized of 18 Tiospayes or Chichichakoin. We're not even organized yet. We need to come up with organized our Tiospayes. All we say is Tiospayes. All we say who we are. All we say my name, all of that. That's different. That's a different. So Techu Shakoin. Detail how the land stolen, how the federal government. Okay, federal government. We have 1868 treaty, Missouri River all the way up to this way. What happened? The Red Cloud Act. Red Cloud. He hold the pencil. Now he put his thumb on the paper. 1877 Act. Okay, that's how 1877 Act, half of our black kills was stolen. That's how they stole under the 1877 Act. But what Red Cloud say? We chonchake ichitopaki Lakota wakukte. Those 1 year Lakotas, you guys understand that, what I'm saying? I think there's no Lakotas here now. Hey, Mishnah la Lamakota seje. Hey, hey. Ohena yankeki e. Ohechia hena ekta yankeki. We chon chase ichitopa eki. The fourth generation will become a Lakota. The government is saying from Washington, D.C., every rights they gave it to us 1917, they make a bill. Self-sufficient, self-government. We're sovereign nation. We are a sovereign nation. Lakota wakuki, eki the fourth generation, we should be all educate themselves. I guess we all educate ourselves. So we can speak Lakotas. We can understand Lakotas. And that's what Red Cloud wants. It's just a reminding. And think about it. Let's take about the Haisapa land back. Let's talk about that instead of kind of who we are and my name is, all of that. Let's put that on the side. To get the bottom line, talk about the Haisapa. Thank you much. Wopila.
Excuse me for speaking for me again. My name is Louis Chinese, and I just wanted to bring up, our leaders from a long time ago. One of them was famous for talking with Washington D.C. That's Mahpia Luta. So I want to say that, but in terms of the management at the end process of litigation, the other parts all kind of look good. I was just referencing each paragraph with AI, and it seems like the AI kind of has all the text involved with this whole country history, most of it anyway. But Arikara brought out a point about the properties that they developed, like here in Rapid City. Some of these buildings are all abandoned, big old huge parking lots. Why don't we make a cheese factory, utilize Nebraska's milk cow industry? That's part of our territory. That's one of those plans that I wanted to say, before I maybe forget or Alzheimer's ever gets hold of me or whatever. So that was my comment, my question or comment.
Excuse me, I have a comment. I just got a text and one of the elders just now asked me a question. And I think that should have been with Tracy answering that, but the legislative committee as well. The text message and elder just asked me, I know that we don't want the money, period. But what the question was, is there a back rent? That was a question. And I'm going to say, text unknown. I better not say that name.
Tracy, did you want to answer this question? Pardon? Oh, you said back rent, correct?
Correct. That question was back rent. And I think maybe Tracy can handle that, or Andy?
I can try and answer that. So yes, no money. We're not taking money. No money. The way the bill is written, look at section 17 where it says extinguishment of claims. That's the way the language is written. you want me to read it? So the way it's written, it says, I'll just read it. Upon fulfillment of the provisions set forth in this act, all damages claims regarding the value of the returned lands of the Chesapa by the Ocetishakoi, let me try that again. Upon fulfillment of the provisions set forth in this act, all damages claims regarding the value of the returned lands of the Chesapa by the Ocetishakoi, or any of its member nations or bands, its people, and any successor in interest to the Treaty of September 15, 1851, and the Treaty of April 29, 1868, are extinguished by this act, without extinguishing, compromising, or affecting any claims for damages as reparations for the pre-return harm to such lands. So if maybe that answers your question, Harry, about pre-return harm, for the pre-return lost use of the lands, and for the pre-return loss of resources. So maybe it's not back rent, but that's the way it's written in the bill as it's proposed now.
Yeah, I agree. We are getting reparations as far as tribal governments are going. And I learned that every October 1st, that every tribal government gets their fiscal year, that's the reparations that they get. And I believe the research had said something about damages paid to Indian people by the United States government. And that's reparation, that's the people. And somebody said that's the treaty money. So those are things that I researched about, and I believe the damages that was discussed over that time was all our indigenous people across this hemisphere, over 100 million of our indigenous people lie across this land. And then all the damages that they did was the taking the Black Hills gold, the mine, damaging, putting the 4 faces on Mount Rushmore, and the buffalo. The damage is there. And they killed millions and millions of buffaloes, their relatives. So that list goes on for reparations. So I believe it's international law, where even World War II, the Japanese people received reparations when they were put into concentration camps in California and other places. And then the African Americans for slavery. Also doing research from that, and I know I'll probably get somebody upset. The black people weren't the first slavery. The Native American indigenous people were the first slavery. In 1493, when Columbus took some indigenous people back to Spain and then turned them into slaves. So yeah, reparations. Hechutu.
I have a question over here, okay? Tokel in Chanupa Gruha Money and Machapi. You all know me as Dennis Dwayne Martin. Le Makhoche Iwagla on Lila Ota Tiata Okachni Kapsne. They don't understand what you're all doing over here. Nahu Hena Wagli Honi Hunta walks up a kilina one chagana with chalk. So I have to explain it because I belong to the Grego Society, okay, the Wamblichotas. One of the things that really is detrimental to what you're doing here is this only consist of public land, or is it the whole, tri-state area of where the land originated from? See, Lila Ota washichu tchawa un spekile o kachni gapsne, okay? They don't, because they're still full blood, like Richard was saying. Am I the only one? Well, no, there's a lot more. Cha hena echa yakawintona toske hena weaglaking tekile. A lot of them can't come because of certain, traveling arrangements, because of their diabetes and whatnot. But as a spokesperson to help them, I said, I'll go again. But takule e ochicha kokte kile. Wakanja chik alona ha we choi chaki kile. Lakota iwung la kokile kachni gapsne. Say, cause he mentioned if he was the only one. So I was raising my hand, and I hope he saw it. But what they were saying, dua tiata ki naha wakanki lena oicha kyake he. They're only focusing on public land. Cha iukcha, I'm letting them talk amongst themselves. Cha hohe echa le wonyi kekile hiuchi chape. Is that true or false about public land? That's my question.
Tracy, you want to, the bill refers to federal lands, and the draft that we have refers to federal lands. Then there's an option of first refusal on private or quit claims on others. But this bill is the return of federal lands. Which is, as Nick noted, is 80% of the Black Hills, the federal lands. Two more questions and we got to do lunch. So.
I think, Jody, it was you that mentioned that this was similar to a process that other tribes had followed in getting some of their land back, and they were successful. And so the first part of my question is, has there been any communication with any of those tribes to sort of see, you know, not maybe the specifics, but what worked for them? What could we use in going through this process that will help us more? And maybe even, you know, more support coming from others that have been successful. And then the other part of my question is, in those states, because we know that the delegation from South Dakota is like completely against this because they want to keep exploiting. But in those states where they were successful in getting their land back, has there also been communication with those congressional delegations to maybe seek additional support? That's my question. I just want to keep moving forward with this and not keep talking about other stuff. Thank you.
Thanks. Those are really good, those are great questions, because I did mention other tribes use, it's not this process. Getting land back through Congress is something that does happen on occasion, and it's hard. And usually it does require some congressional, it usually requires congressional support in that state. And it's my understanding that, so I've only worked on a couple of them. When I was in the administration, I worked for President Barack Obama for 6 years, and there was one in particular that was the Salish and Kootenai tribe, and it was like a long process. There was like a 70-year plan to get back the bison range, and it was also to get back the dam, and to get, there was a lot of different moving parts to that. So yes, and I would say that this group is not communicating with those tribes because every single process is different for a congressional route. And I don't think that a lot of the tribes that have received land back, there's a lot of parties. So, I think Lexi Rick Two Dogs said it best, that we're all divided on purpose. Like, we have a lot of tribal governments, we have big tribal councils, all of that is very challenging when you have like one tribe, and they have control over all the thing that they're talking about. It's different. And I think, but at the same time, I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible. And I think I refer to other tribes because there has been success. Your question about other, this is just going to take time. I think we've said this over and over again, that if we don't do this, this is generational work. If we don't keep doing this, then we really have lost our way. And so even if it's gonna be hard, and I always think about the Tatanka and how they travel, like, because it's a storm, do they stop? They don't. They keep going into it. And that's just how we have to be. We just have to keep going. And yeah, it's easy to say why this won't work, why it's gonna be hard, but it's also easy to say how strong our ancestors and our relatives are. So I don't wanna say that, you know, it's an easy path, but definitely tribes have gotten land back through Congress. The biggest thing that, when I was in the administration, that I saw is that the main people who were asking for the Black Hills back was the treaty councils. Letters every year. They were always asking for them back. And the way that the government works, the tribes came through 1 year in 2009, but the tribal governments didn't ask in a unified voice for it back. So that's part of the way, like, we've learned from that process, and that's why we have to stand together.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm going to mention a little bit, just a few words. Remember, we're not United States people. We're indigenous sovereign nation. We talk about the land. It's up under. There's two treaties. Remember, there's two treaties. 1868 Treaty, 77 Act. Now we talk about both crossed over each other. 1868, and the other one is a federal Treaty Act. That's a different one. So remember that. So we want our land back under 1868 Treaty, not 77. 77's not shot. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Always on our minds. I'm going to answer this one, the legislative piece, quick in terms of the additional outreach to the other states. Because we don't have a supportive delegation from the state of South Dakota, we will have to go to the other states. We have an ask out to Senator Brian Schatz from the state of Hawaii. We're likely going to start with Congressman Grijalva. He's been out, he has cancer, but he's the ranking member on the House Natural Resources Committee. And then at the same time, he's probably going to reach out to the tribes in his state. To the extent that the return of the Black Hills is a symbol to all of Indian country about the return of our lands, then we're going to also probably have to reach out to tribes for support. I don't think we'll have any trouble. On the other piece, in terms of have we done it before, part of our next steps on that technical assistance, I'm just finishing this question, on the technical assistance piece, is we will get the knowledge and some of the best practices of the land back situations. You know, as Jody referenced, some of them have been administrative through co-stewardship, co-management at Bears Ears, others that y'all have seen in the news. There are good examples of cooperative agreements that we can take best practices from, but part of that we'll get from the technical assistance request. Sorry, Francis.
Thank you. In reading this, Section 17, extinguishment of claims, the Treaty of 1851 established the boundaries. If you read it, it established the boundaries of the Oceti-Sakowin, the Great Sioux Nation. If you read the 1868 treaty, that treaty stated what the federal government was responsible for providing for the for our people. You know, and that it stated that a doctor, teacher, and of course, you know, a blacksmith and so forth, those kinds of positions that that you would find in a town that would provide services to the people. So we go back to that Treaty of 1868. We've reminded the federal government, and we've been successful in putting it in legislation, that the federal government has a trust responsibility for health and for education. And we recognize as tribal governments that we need to do more work putting that into additional legislation. So my concern is the language stating that these two treaties are going to be extinguished by this act. Is that correct? I'm a little concerned about that language. Thank you.
Is it okay if I answer that one, or try to answer? Okay. Francine, first of all, 17 doesn't say that. It says, and I'll read it again, once this act is passed, all damages claims regarding the value of the returned lands of the Hesapa, so it's just are extinguished. So it's talking about the value of the returned lands. And then if you read that in conjunction with section 16, section 16 is pretty robust, or there's a lot in there too. Basically, those two say, and I'll read them too, all treaties formally entered into between the United States and the Oceti-Sakowin or any of its member nations or bands are continued in full force and effect, and any other claims which the Oceti-Sakowin or any of its member nations or bands or peoples or the governing entity may have against the United States are neither extinguished nor prejudiced. So everything else in the treaties is staying, we're not taking away any of those privileges or rights.
Thank you.
Tracy, I got a question that did, before the treaties, the land belonged to Oceti-Sakowin. And the 20%, 80%, 20% is public land, right, Tracy?
Yeah, within the federal lands within the Black Hills.
Okay. So prior to treaty, the land belonged 100% to the Oceti-Sakowin, correct? So the 20% they're talking about, what is above what is on the land? That land under the pavement is also treaty land. Under the highway is treaty land. 100%, covering the 1851. That was a question that came in, and I'm not going to mention names.
What was the question?
I think on page, I'm trying to review my memory here. I think it was on page 16 where it said something, there was a question about the interstates and the highways. That wasn't included in that bill, correct?
Yeah, this bill is doesn't get into that level of specificity of being specific about highways and easements. Well, I should say that. I shouldn't say that. On the easements, there is a section in here. If you look at on page 10, so we start out by saying federal lands. So within the racetrack, any federal lands are going to get returned back to the Oceti-Sakowin. And then and that's what section 5 is talking about, is restoration of those sacred Hesapa lands. And so what's going to happen in section 5, this is basically what it says. The first step we're going to do is we're going to inventory the lands. We're going to figure out what's private land, what's town-owned, like city-owned land, what's county, what's state, what's federal lands, and then within there, within that, the federal lands, within I think a year after that, they will be returned to us. On page 10, section B, it talks about the process of getting those federal lands back. And it says in there under B3, The quitclaim and relinquishment made under this section will terminate any claimed existing rights except those of the Oceti Sakowin, including but not limited to a legal word, escheat, reservations, easements, leases, permits, agreements, contracts that exist under the public land laws of the United States. So if there's an easement on federal land, let's say for a road, that's going to get quitclaimed or given to Oceti Sakowin. And what we choose to do with it, that's going to get terminated. And if we choose to issue an easement for a road over our land, we can choose to do that. But the way it's written now, that any easement or right that the federal government has given over federal land within the racetrack, those are all gone. Does that answer your question, Harry?
Including the Bear Butte, Matotipila?
We did include Matotipila in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I guess I just got some text. I think somebody was listening and wanted me to defray that question. Chanupa had that question on public lands. Do you have anything further than that, Chanupa?
What was that question again, Harry?
The question that came in was that prior to the treaties, every piece of land, every blade of grass belonged to the Oceti Sakowin. And that should be part of the discussion and put in the bill. I think that's what the question had. And there's a lot of elders have that same belief. They were taken away. There was so the land underneath Rapid City, you know, across this hemisphere we have bodies, you know, like they were buried and so on. So if you, like one lady elderly said, every step you take 5 feet away is a body that was buried across this land. And there was a case, I think Manny was just talking about in Nebraska, about the Ponca tribe returning their sacred sites and land. And there was remains that were under the ground. If Manny, if you can recite that, or yeah. Okay.
Optelela, Winaloachi. To me, some of these questions are for when we get the land back, and then we can address them. But so what's Harry referring to is the Ponca tribe of Nebraska, and I found this out doing a little bit of research. Had to do with the Wounded Knee 1890 massacre, and the state of Nebraska stole 300 Ponca ancestral skeletons, and they didn't want to give them back. So that started a whole court for like 10 years or so. And the Ponca tribe prevailed. But it was an interesting case, and maybe some of you lawyers are familiar with that case. All I did was I read it through because it's all about repatriation and of our sacred belongings as well. From Wounded Knee 1890 from Barre, Massachusetts. So that was the connections that I I read, and it's just appalling that they claim what that's not theirs. It's something like the Chetapa here, you know. It's not theirs, yet they took every avenue to steal this land. And that's what our ancestors begin to resist. And we've come a long way today as we stand here. And we stand in prayers. We stand in unity with all the tribes that are willing to help and support us.
Okay, we got one more question. I think it's Keith over there. Is he gone? There he is. He came out of the doorway over there. He's the last question, and we're gonna go into the lunch.
I think if I may, okay.
One question, we'll do the prayer, then we'll go right back into it at 1 o'clock.
I got a comment then. If Keith isn't here?
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Okay, Keith,
all right?
go ahead.
Right. To be read. There we go. Oh, I don't have no question, but I got a couple comments real quick. Just want to, real quick, so everybody knows me. Keith Janice, that's it. I was born in Rapid City. I live in a Pioneer Indian Reservation mostly all my life. But I was asked to be on this legislative committee, and I haven't been able to make it because of death and other things that have been going on in my life. And plus, it's kind of hard because I can't see too good, and when you guys need it, all I have is a cell phone, you know, so I can't even read nothing. And so it's kind of been hard for me to participate. But now that I'm here, I just want to mention a few things. Last meeting, there were some elders here, and they were talking about they were hoping that something could be included in this bill to talk about to help the bill, actually, at the international level, and maybe put in something in this bill that talks about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and provisions in there that are being violated daily by the United States against the Lakota people. And other thing is like the treaty violations. I think it needs to be put in there too, what the treaty violations are in this bill exactly, because the Black Hills and taking the Black Hills, I was mentioned earlier, that was a treaty violation in itself. So I think we need to express that, which articles were violated to create that existing management of the Black Hills as it is today. And then also some elders were here last meeting, they were talking about all these years of land use of the United States on the land that is Black Hills. They were hoping that somebody would gather up the information about how much money and all that stuff was spent and taken out of the Black Hills. And also the 7 sacred sites, if somebody could put in here, describe what they are and where they are and what the significance is. And there's more, but my time's running out. So I'm just gonna say thank you to everybody and all of you that have been working hard to put this forward, back at 100%. Wopila tzaka.
Wopila lo, Keith. Ho, al wana wointak, that's wana ihatulo. It's time to eat, so we're gonna have a prayer medicine song, Pijutola, from Creekside 2 times through, and Richard Moosecamp will be saying the meal prayer for us this afternoon. And then also a quick announcement. I'd like to honor the Ampa Wichakpi Waiwa ladies there, girls, to help us today, and give them a round of a hand because they're going to be serving all you out. Yeehaw. All right. Thank you, ladies and girls and And when they come, when we start the chow line, there will be 2 lines, and anytime these young girls come to the front of the line, let them go through because they will be making a plate for the elders. So just we'll give them that opportunity to do that. And one more thing, what is it?
Thank you, Ivan. I forgot. I was told to say that for those of you that ordered vegetarian meals,
Right.
Let them know when you get to the table. They've got them pulled off to the side over here, so just let them know and they will hand you the vegetarian meal.
All right, yeah. Those of you that are not meat eaters, there's a vegetarian plate over there. You just let the ladies in the back there in the black shirts know that you are a vegetarian and you eat a vegetarian plate. Okay, I think that's about it. Okaki, pejuta alo aji ahiam naita tahashi wochike inktalo hahu echitu.
Hoja tchukashla woitekilena laste na lawakhankte. Kukhana pejuta yetcher mitaku yata ayapina. Ichech bigarapina hetche zania. Ovenichekile laste na petukile el hetche woawanke. Which hozan in daku woabele zwaste hinamkhte. O hetche tu la mitakas.
Oh, Tanashi, Opula. Okay, we're having lunch at this time, and you can, young elders, but the ladies, line up first, the girls, with Chakpi, Ampa, with Chakpi, Waiwa. Go ahead and start making a place for the elders, and we're gonna. education and outreach. And the presenters for that will be Chante Hart and Destiny Leftwich. Get the young ladies up here, then we'll start that discussion of the education and outreach. I see Chante here, so she'll get started, and pay attention, people. Ahoo.
Ampetu washte mitaki pi, chante washte na pechi zapi, kokik papi wi machiapi na chante heart machiapi. Si changu oyate etaha na mini luza ha awati, wiaka na pi emataha. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all my relatives. It's good to see you here. My name is Chante Hart. I'm Tichangu Oyate. I'm from here in Rapid City. I'm a community organizer, and I represent the Feather Necklace Tiospayes. And it's an honor to be here with all of you. It's good to see all of my relatives here. Can I get a lili for all my relatives who showed up today? Can I get a Keisha from all my uncles, for all my lalas and lekshis that are here today? They can't hear you in Lakota homes. I need to hear you louder. So thank you, everyone. I want to just wake you up a little bit here, and let's get fired up. Who's fired up to get our hills back? Whose hills? I'm going to try that again. Whose hills?
My hill.
Whose hills?
My hill.
Well, now that you're awake, I would like to also introduce my mashke here who is presenting with me.
My metal are kill.
Betukile chante washte na pechi zapi Lakota owan uspe otawi imachiapi na washichu ya Destiny Leftwich imachiapi ksto wazia haha emataha na cheska otuan he elwati. Good afternoon, relatives. Welcome you guys all here with a warm-hearted handshake. Sorry. My name is Destiny Leftwich. My Lakota name is Woman with a Lot of Knowledge. I am from Pine Ridge. I'm enrolled in the Oglala Sioux tribe. I'm currently living in Denver. We are part of the Education and Outreach Committee. Do they have our slides?
So go ahead and, there we go. We of the Education and Outreach Committee. And the purpose of our committee is to stay consistent with our messaging, to get out our information about what's happening here and to educate the public, not only our own people, but our outsiders that don't know much about this issue. And so we want to communicate with the public, for the public, with our people, with everyone's messaging and everyone's voice is one voice. And so we want to stay consistent. We develop talking points, frequently asked questions regarding legislations and efforts. So that's the whole purpose of our committee.
Next slide, please. So we do have a lot of committee members. There's different ones here. So if you are in the Education Outreach, there's a couple of us here. Yeah, thank you guys for all the work you do. It's a lot of hard work.
We also thank everyone who showed up today and those who are continuing to support our efforts, because right now we need a lot of encouragement. And so we're thankful for everyone who supports us and gives us encouragement during this time. And thanks to all our volunteers and all of our relatives. We're really grateful for everyone's voice because we need your voices here.
Okay, so this is some of the outreach efforts we have been doing since the last meeting. We have reached out to the media. Some of them didn't show up, but there's some here. So we reached out to KILI, KOYA, KLND, and KIPI. We are live through Indian Collective and, are we live on those ones? RST Communications and KIPI Radio. We also reached out to Ampo Wichachbi Girls School to come and serve our elders and be a part. Thank you guys. And we drafted an invitation letter to all the council representatives from OST, RST, Cheyenne River, Standing Rock, Lower Brule, and Crow Creek to be here. So shout out to the council reps that did make it.
Next slide, please. So some updates that we're working on right now. Like she said, we drafted invitation to the city tribal council reps. We're creating a one-page document for the public, such as frequently asked questions, call to action, staying consistent with our talking points. Soon we'll be creating a social media account for all you Facebook Indians out there. And so look out for that. Community outreach sessions and teach-ins, and we'll have more information on that. We have one scheduled in River that's coming up soon, so look out for that. And then we're also developing calls to action.
So calls to action are just going to be you guys can do to help get the Wait, man, cut me off. That's funny. So some more of our next steps, things that we're looking forward to, and what we're going to be doing in the near future. We are working on translating all our documents in Lakota, as well as increasing our community outreach efforts. So this is going to be like hosting virtual town halls or into the community and having meetings there. Doing podcasts and radio recordings. Some of our members have started that and have gone into the communities and are talking to, sharing that information and spreading the word. And like she said, also, it's hard to reach a lot of people, but nowadays a lot of our relatives are on social media, Facebook, and so creating those platforms so we can get that information to reach their audience, whether that be our natives or non-natives.
Next slide, please. Some of our next steps is we're collaborating with all the committees and communities to host teach-ins at each reservation. So if you're interested in helping us, we need a lot of volunteers and a lot of help from those that are interested in this issue. And so if you would like to contact us, you can let us know how you can help on your reservation, because we need one on each res. So calling all relatives. We also would like to invite youth councils, because our youth's voice is very important to us, and we can't go on without their voice. So we want to reach out to all the youth councils. So if you councils that are interested, please reach out to us. Also, again, we're really grateful for our radio stations that showed up today, KLND, KIPI, and KOYA. And hello to all the listeners out there. But we would like to create hourly education sessions on these radio stations from representatives from each committees to present. Next one, please.
Further work that we're doing, we are creating pamphlets and resources, some toolkits that will help educate our people. Just kind of like little informational packets and stuff that we could pass out to the communities, because there are people in districts that are very remote and that are further off, and like they were saying earlier, people who can't come here and be at these meetings, whether it's health issues or transportation or whatever. And so just trying to get the word out. Also keeping our tribal council representatives updated with our current bill draft every time that it gets edited and we add more stuff to it, as well as creating petition, community support, sign-on letters, things like that.
One thing we didn't mention was using the auntie system.
What's the auntie system?
The auntie system is when you tell your auntie something, everyone knows about it the next day.
So you guys go tell your aunties.
Next steps, or next one.
So the Black Hills Restoration Act. I apologize to my elders if I mispronounce some of these words. I am still remembering our Lakota. I know it's in our DNA, but I'm actively learning. So, Chesapa wakamakoche wapias ichel karape. Ocheti shakoin hesapa makoche kilena hechitkia ake lena unkita wapikte ye. Ye chimpi makoche mila hanska etahanki chimpikte ye.
And she said the Sacred Black Hills Restoration Act seeks the return of federal lands in Tiospayes to the Ocheti Shakonwi. Can I get a lili? And we'll be making more of these flyers, and you can take pictures of these too. We want to share these openly so you can share with your communities and your families, and you can frame it and hang it up in your house and your living room. Just kidding.
Yeah, so feel free to take pictures of these slides so you can share the word, get it out to other people. This one says, oh wait, did we read this one? Nope. Chesapa makoche wakanki lena wiyopeshni. Chesapa makoche wakanki lena mazashka takuni chimpi shni yeah. Mazaska takuni el etan chimshni 1980 he hantahan. Chesapa makoche ki la kol oyate ake cheska makoche wakan ake you hapikte ye. Hena he chump se unkaya pi la ko oyate cheska makoche wakan tapiki ake la ko oyate nape el yuha unki jink. Yeah.
She said, the Black Hills are not for sale. No money will be accepted for the Black Hills. This effort to return the Black Hills to indigenous hands is not about accepting the 1980 settlement money. It's solely about getting indigenous lands back into indigenous hands. Can I get a Keisha? And Lily, yes. Get fired up.
I do want to give a special shout out to Tui Maxine for translating these for us. Wopila Tanka. Next slide, please.
So we want to commend our Hunkpapa Oyate for setting the tone on getting the resolution passed from their Sioux tribe on June 5th to support and initiate the Sacred Black Hills. So let's give them a round of applause. Wopila Tanka. And we hope the rest of our tribes will follow in suit.
Yeah, thank you. I skipped the slide. Can you go back? Sorry. So this one says, Chesapa makoche bakan wakpia se echela karape oyate unia se waji unkichi unkichi chumpe yeah.
The Black Hills Sacred Lands Return Strategy Sessions are hosted by the Black Hills Sioux Nation Council with participation by representatives from the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Treaty Council, the Wakpa Washte Treaty Council, the Hunkpapa Lakota Oyate Treaty Council, and with participation from the tribal governments of Oglala Sioux Tribe, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Cheyenne River, Standing Rock. Indian Collective is providing logistical support to the treaty councils, our traditional leadership, and the tribes in this effort. So Wopila Tanka. You can Lili too if you want. Next slide, please.
So calls to action. This is what we need help from you guys to do, okay? So we'd like you guys to press your tribal councils on passing a resolution. Like we said, shout out to Standing Rock for passing that resolution, but we need all the other tribes in support. And I know this has been repeated over and over, but you know, it stands stronger when we're together. We also like you to send your voice out to the Creator, offering prayers and good thoughts, good energy for the return of the Black Hills. And we ask that you have your treaty councils, your bands, your members. I know we talked earlier, someone talked about, you know, other tribes that were in this area as well, you know, letters of support for this Sacred Black Hills Restoration Act.
Next slide. Also, we would like those who don't know to educate yourself on the history of Tiospayes so you can educate others. We're always lifelong learners, and we could always use more information, and so always continue to educate yourself. We encourage you to watch Lakota Nation versus United States, which is now available on Hulu. Also, we would like to host and attend teach-ins educating your community about the Sacred Black Hills Restoration Act. And we invite everyone who's listening and everyone who's watching to get involved and join a committee today, because we need all of your voices and we need all of your efforts. And we welcome all of our relatives to join us and help us. And so we really appreciate you for listening today and for supporting us. And you can also join the Legislative Committee, Logistics Committee, Bill Drafting, Spiritual Education and Outreach Committee. So we encourage all of you to join us. Next slide.
Yeah, I think most of the committees meet weekly or bi-weekly. If you need more information, all the presenters that came up, you can see those ladies, right? They were all ladies. Yeah, go ahead.
So like I said, we're hosting our first community teach-in about this. And we thank our Cheyenne River relatives for also being the first to host one of our teach-ins and a feed. And so we would like to invite all of you to come help us on June 29th in Cheyenne River, and I'll give more information about it too.
Hello, my relatives. It's good to see you here today. My name is Tashina Smith. I am from the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation, and I live in a little community called Swiftburg. So yeah, it was suggested that we host meetings outside of these meetings, these core meetings, to educate our respective communities out in on our reservations. And so we're having a teach-in coming up on the 29th. It's pretty much grassroots, organized style. And there will be myself, Chloe Gunville, Kaden Dupreez, and Ali Moran, who are working on this effort to try to get our communities involved in understanding what's going on with the Black Hills Restoration Act. We need help from younger folks, I feel, from our communities. The younger generation, you know, when our elders pass, we're the ones who are going to take that torch, and we're the ones who are going to continue this fight for Esapa. So if we can get as many volunteers as possible just to get included, even if it's just showing up to the meetings, just to be involved, whatever hand you may play, it's encouraged that you volunteer. We want everybody involved in this effort. I don't want to be the only one. They don't want to be the only one. We don't all want to be the only one. We're Oyate, we're one. And so with that, I invite all of those from Cheyenne River to come to our teach-in on the 29th. We have fry bread. But like I said, it's a good time for those on Cheyenne River who are not completely knowledgeable about this issue to come find out and educate themselves, and then to go on and educate their families, their Tiospayes, and so on. Thank you.
Wopila Tashina. Okay, next slide, please.
How to get involved? Like we said, you can join the committees. You're welcome to our meetings anytime. They're open. For the Education Outreach Committee, we have weekly Zoom meetings. If you want to join, you can contact Anissa. Her email and her phone number are on the board. For the people online, it's anissa@indiancollective.org. Phone number 605-791-3999.
And then we just wanted to end with a little humor. Somebody said they don't want his treaty money, they want the land back. But we thank everyone for listening. Do we have any questions for the Education Committee?
Yeah, go
ahead,
Claude.
Lakshi.
Push the button again, Claude, until it's red.
Press on it?
Yeah,
Whatever.
it's on now.
Excuse me. Yeah, my name is Claude Tuvalk. Want to thank you for making a good presentation. I just want to throw in some information. We're doing a healing the sacred fire through cultural teachings on June 26th at Laura Brule, and then also on June 27th at Fort Thompson. And John B. Healer doing historical drama. We have Velma Killsback, Johanna William Wichocha. These are presenters. And also Dr. Vivian Delgado doing a women's presentation, and also Dr. Stephanie Little Hawk, Big Crow. And so we invite anybody who wants to come. Other than that, we're going to record it, and you're going to have to pay $29.99. No, I'm just kidding. But have we chosen ke hani otita ke ochati shakoi tuk te ha ochati wanji othoka ke othawachi othoka he. Where we came from, the first fire, and explaining the sacred energy of the fire and why we're going through this process of healing our sacred fire. So those are protocols that we need to follow, and those all come from the stars, which hachbioyate. So we invite everyone or anyone to come. And I'll be there to do a talk on life is a ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Wopila Lekshi. Got another, go ahead Lekshi, Cedric.
I just want to mention that on Standing Rock on the 21st to the 24th, we're going to have a 50th anniversary of the International Indian Treaty Council. So we have a lot of things that are planned, and we have a lot of people that are coming worldwide. And we've already had a lot of people that are coming Sunday, and they're going to be flying in, and they just want to, some of them just want to come and sleep in a teepee, you know. But then they also want to learn about the area. And they've heard a lot about Standing Rock over the years, since the No Dapple gathering and then other issues as well. So they'll be here, and the conference will start on the 21st to the 24th. The International Indian Treaty Council has a website up, and you could get more information from there. So with that, I just wanted to say a little word about that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Wopila. Any more questions for the Education Committee?
No? Does that mean we're doing a good job?
We
Thumbs
must
up?
Must have had all the answers.
Can
Another
I-
question.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Uma. I just want to say, from my perspective, coming to the res about 24 years ago, I got a really good education from a lot of full-bloods and elders and treaty people. And as I live now on the reservation and with a lot of, real beautiful Lakota relatives, I think education to the outside world is really important because of the ignorance. And it's a deliberate ignorance, and it's, racism and all kind of oppression. Everything that we're living today, United States, and then the entity of the state that acts like they control the Black Hills and it's theirs. So all the white people or other people that come, they just assume that's theirs, they're controlling it. So your education is really important work, I know, also on the res, because a lot of relatives don't get out and about. And I just want to support your efforts. Maybe I can help in some way. I'd like to give a little bit of energy to that, but especially to the non-native world. One of the elders, well, CeeLo Blackcrow, who I used to be married to but was with and was a helper and, you know, traveled with him to all these treaty meetings, they have a document. They went to Washington, D.C. in the 70s with Foolsgrove and Matthew King, and they have the document that states from the president, I think it was President Ford, as of this time, your treaties are valid. I think it said the Treaty of 1868. So the ignorance of white America that doesn't realize that, it's a counter to that. You're putting the pressure on the state. Do you know what I mean? Supporting, uplifting your treaty and your inherent rights to your Black Hills. It's really important. So I'm glad you're doing that work, and it's good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions for the Education Committee?
Any suggestions? Is there
We have
something
one
we're
over here.
missing or other ways we can reach out to the communities?
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on, we have one over here and we'll come that way.
I have a comment. Is somebody going before me or?
No, it's you.
Okay. Khashina, Lemielo. I'm not going to say my name because I might get in trouble. Or that, I'm not going to tell them where I'm from either. But anyway, you said that the meeting date is June 29th? Okay. Can you keep us informed what you need and help from the Treaty Council there? So that way we can, you know, keep it going with the school systems that need to be educated throughout the school year. Because I think this should be part of the curriculum of teaching our young generation about our treaties and history and culture, but the most important is the language. And I'd like to leave one more comment. I'm an educator for many, many years. I'm not a teacher. Teacher is the one that teaches you academics and have tests at the end of the year. And a trainer is a trainer who trains dogs and horses and cats. And an educator is a person who leads people out of ignorance. How it should do.
Yep, thank you for that. Wade, over here.
I lost my train of thought when he started talking. Let me think again. Oh, it's clicking. Okay, just a quick question. So what you're saying is that you're all ready to go out into the districts, into the communities to start doing educational meetings? Well, that will be with the schools also? I mean, with the elders first and then the schools, or combined all together?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it is important to go to the schools and into the schools. Somebody has brought it up every single meeting, and so we all agree that that is important. Although schools are out for the summer, we might have to have this conversation again in the fall. But we are, like we said, we're inviting you guys into our community or into our committee because we need help creating these, PowerPoints and these pamphlets and the resources that we are distributing out in the community, because we only have a handful of people who show up at every single meeting and that are doing like the heaviness of the load. And so it's hard for us because we have so many communities. Like In Pine Ridge, what do we have, like, how many districts? I can't remember. But like going into each of those districts, that's, you know.
13.
Yeah, 13, thank you. That's a lot of work for, you know, the same 5 people going into all the different. So we would love for everyone to join us and help us so we can reach out to more people.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to volunteer Dwayne right off the back. Hey.
We encourage those from your own communities to help us organize in your communities, because you know your own people, and so we encourage you to come help us when we come to your community.
I have an announcement to make. These radio stations that are here, maybe they could have a program so that you could educate the people. Announce it on over the radio system.
Yeah, I think we did go, we were on, Cedric and Sissy did go into their community and they were on that radio station. We have plans to go into other radio stations. We just need people to help us, you know, spread the word. Because we're spread really thin with the little bit of people that we have.
I'm going to be like Harry. I'm not going to tell you who I am.
Said his name.
One more question over here, Lakshi.
Okay. Le in woyu ge wonji sutablaha. Okay. I'll say it in Lakota and then I'll try to transfer it in English. Le ehani wakanki on kit khapi. Mitakepi let's you say yuk champo. Lila ota we chokhan ki le eknu japi. Now we choy ki le suta aikhake. Naha Leon Petu Akhotahan Richard Taku Iwogalaki. Chawichake, Chahesloa. Ash. Lila Lechun se yuk champo. Tua wahoni kiapi naha etaha nilakhota. One you he one chagana ni chupi. Ha eapo. Wak sapikilena ata tehi. Chehena atia onglunipi. Chalena lena takto khonkile wo sutakilena e chaki hena takto khonkile washed. And what my little brother Wade said was pretty good. See hena hechuns e wo yuk chankilena yape. Chayampe hata takomene he chakinkte. If we're going to do something like this to help them, then regardless. Because I'll take that challenge on. Hey, thanks for that question, Wade. I'll give it back to you guys. Thank you.
Wopila Lekshi. Any more questions or comments? Well, Wopila Tonka.
One
I had
more.
a question over here.
Oh, who's got a question? Bryce?
Yeah, Bryce from Wakpawa still yanke and Titron out there, Makuchi. Letukai Lakut Woglak up to Hecha. Na doe Yuska Kikile Utkuma here. Na doe Tuahe Yuha Yankap Kile Tokiski Le Wopke Kile Yuha Ichupte Hetches Slowache. You know, being a community person on council also and been involved in a treaty for many moons, it's really hard to get the information out to the people in the communities. And it's even harder if you don't have the administration and the backing of the council or the treaty council, everybody sit down and get the information out to everybody. How is that going to happen? You're asking for people to come in, and the only means right now is administratively. They can get programs to departments to have personnel to hand out those documents like days before you meet in that community. Have a schedule for each community and when you're going to be there. Is that all laid out yet? And I like the Lakota Oigwap, having it written down. have it written down in Lakota. I think that should be a good project for the high schools and junior high and college to have them do those tasks in the classroom so they will be informed on that legislation and to put it into Lakota. Talk to the administrators to do that, you know, and get the support from the administration, the school boards. Just that kind of coordination, is that gonna, that should be kind of going on now to get the school boards and administrators on board to have those classes, to have those students put it from the white man language that we're all, you know, stuck on, but we need to have our Lakota language spoken. That's Wopke. And then Lakota pikile Wakang Keap. So we need to treat our language like these elders said. We have a sacred language, and we're ignoring that sacredness. So the families are losing that because they don't see it that way. So there's a lot of education that needs to go on, but Wopke has to be understood. Lakota kel Wopke. Heche se woglak up to hecha. Ah, plamalo.
Oh, okay. I have one more question here for the outreach and education. Can that also be for the ally tribes of the Cheyenne, the Shaila, the Osage, and all of them? We're all spaced very far wide apart. Takes like 16 hours to get down to the southern Cheyenne. So we have to create funding for these things, these outreach, to go out there and educate our allies so that as they have questions, they can address it, you can address it for them. Anyway, that's my input.
Hopila Lekshi. One more, Sissy, Tui, Sissy.
Oha, me takia pi de troka he, daku wa epkawachi, de unchi na lala I chakmaya, hechu Dakota na Lakota, woglaka owakihi, na de wayawa tib ekta washi chamu, chin takoja iuha. Mitakia pi hena iuha. Trakoja ish trojan na troshka hena mithawa. Nam lalawa ihani omakiaka. Nupap. The Harry Swift horse na Joe flying by. Ohini hena omakiakap. Wana nikushi yuha iaya. Ash niye unspet. You know, my grandfathers taught me that one thing is that each time there's something happening in the community, we're working together. If I'm doing something, they said, you know what to do. So inina kesh ichum. You don't have to have a whole bunch of people tell you. But they told me one thing that I keep in my mind. They told me that the Lakota people, Iuha, Dakota people, they're gonna tell you who you are. They will recognize you. And I made a mention about being a teacher because I try to teach children. About half of the children at Standing Rock High School, I'm related to. So I can talk to them and talk to their parents. But we need our language to be at home, because a lot of them say that they have nobody to talk to or nobody supports them. Because when they do, they say, Washichu tests, I make my own tests. So they're up there saying a sentence. That's what they have to do. Unzohe tro wech un. Or in Dakota, we say unzoge tro mu. I have to teach them both because they might say it different. But we have to be humble. And you know, I prayed about this because I was able to have some support from some women. But our teachings need to be at home first. We got to help them first and encourage them to learn no matter who it is and be humble. And I keep that in mind, what my grandfather said. And I have an uncle. He's from Toka Makoche. His name was Carl Whitman. He told me always remember your people first. Nahale, I see my relative coming over here with that whip. I might take that. He iwachu owakihi. Ah, mitako yawasi.
Wopila tui sisi.
Wopila Tui. I agree. I am also an educator, and you know, as Indigenous people, we've always known that we are our first teachers. We're the first teachers for our children. And so, you know, get them involved, take them to ceremony, take them to things like this, because they're always listening. They're very aware. They always know what's going on. So, you know, take them to these things so they can build their identity and they can build their culture and language. Wopila for that. Any other last questions?
Wakianas unzoge o kapi je on.
Oha, Wopila Tanka Chichie, thank you for listening. We're so grateful you're here. And we encourage you to continue to support us and stay active, and thank you for listening. Lila Wopila Tanka.
All right, give him a hand. Oh, God, Hastelo. Okay, next we have the logistics, and that'll be done by Tom Swiftbird. So as soon as he gets up here, he'll be going through the logistics presentation. And again, thank you all for listening and paying your respect, and you know, and watching out for that whip man. Okay. Well, anyway, it's good afternoon, and we're doing the best we can. We got like the spiritual coming up after this year. That'll be by Harold Condon. So you get ready, Harold, and then Madonna. Okay. Madonna Sitting will be helping with that spiritual. Okay, Tom, are you here? All right, right behind me.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Tom Swiftbird. Yeah, my family comes from Wolf Creek. I don't know, some of you might have known my grandpa's Pete Swiftbird or Joe Swiftbird. Joe Swiftbird used to work with the Gray Eagle Society on the treaties quite a bit. So, yeah, just presenting about logistics. Logistics is just preparing the space in a good way so that it's a welcoming space, comfortable, so that we can all talk about these treaties here today. You know, like to give a quick shout out to Lainey and Samuel, who did a lot of work, just preparing, you know, everything for everyone's arrival and registration and all that. And Manny and Renee and Jim were very helpful with establishing, you know, some of the protocols of like the Whitman and some of the history behind why we do what we do, even kind of to the shapes we set the room up in so that we can all communicate with each other. I think Anissa I saw in here too. She's been pretty helpful in the meetings leading up to this. And then I'd like to thank Willie here too, who's helped us set up the graphics and the microphones and get things ready for our relatives from the radio stations. And yeah, that's mostly been logistics, is just getting the audio, the visuals, the meals, and just making this a good space for all to talk about the return session. That's about all I have. I don't know if anyone else from the logistics committee feels like talking, but yeah, that's all I have. I don't know if there's any questions.
Testing.
I'm gonna add a few things to that before we take questions. So far, all of the resources for pulling this together has been coming from Indian Collective and folks that support us. And I think that, you know, we're going to be heading into a next phase where we're going to need support from the different tribes to keep carrying this forward. You know, the resources that we have been used to upstart this. And a lot of the, you know, I don't know the number, but per meeting, it's between about $30,000 and $50,000 to put together a meeting like this. And we know that those resources will make it possible for people to come here too, because we help pay for gas, we help pay for resources. And so I think that we're gonna need to establish a resource committee to be able to keep these meetings going and be able to fundraise for the resources, for being able to share and carry the load for raising the resources. And so we're gonna need to form a committee that's just focused on that to keep the momentum going. And I also want to acknowledge, I don't know if everybody who's in the hallway, if you can have them come in here. You know, whenever we put these meetings together, we do our best to get people registered, to make sure that people have hotel rooms, to make sure that people have stipend money. And there's a lot of people that work behind the scenes, and so I just want to acknowledge the Indian Collective staff at this time, if they will come out here, even if they're shy, they don't like to be out front, some of them. They're standing. Anybody who's with Indian Collective, can you stand up at this time? I'm just going to ask to give them a round of applause. And sometimes the Oyate, you know, sometimes aren't the most, sometimes difficult people sometimes, you know, we are as a people. And so they're always trying to, you know, make sure that they treat everybody with respect and make sure that everybody has what they need. But there's always mistakes that happen. Sometimes a form doesn't work sometimes you have the wrong phone number, the wrong email address. What I ask, you know, in the future is just for everybody to continue to be good relatives to the people that are doing logistics, because that's selfless work, you know, and they're doing it because they believe in what's going on here. And so on their behalf, I really wanted to make sure that I say that, because they deal with a lot of different challenges, because I know that different of our families have different challenges. We got gas money, but we don't have a ride. There's all the different things, you know. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that something like this and these meetings that have been going on for as long as they have been going on isn't, it's not easy. And they carry the stress of that too, because they want people to be treated with dignity, and they want people to have food, they want people to have lodging, they want people to have the ability to show up in a good way and attend these meetings. And I know when people travel from a long way, you know, it's even why we had 2 nights of hotel rooms here, is because we want people to show up rested to these meetings. We want people to be able to not, you know, have to drive back in the dark if that's the case. So we've been trying to accommodate, and that's part of why it's been expensive to be able to do it, but it's also been why people have been able to show up. And like they have been. So I just wanted to say that much, and I wanted to propose an idea that, and I don't know if this idea came from Standing Rock, but the idea of having a different tribe host different meetings and take on some of the responsibilities of logistics moving forward on some of these meetings. And so I wanted to propose that as an idea, and also bring up the creation of a logistics committee, so that we are not a logistics committee, resource committee, so that we can pool our resources together. And Indian Collective will continue to help pooling resources too. But we want to make sure that we're sitting around a table where everyone being able to do that too. So I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Next, any questions?
I move for the formation of a resource committee.
Young man, on this side, I got a question for you, okay? This is really kind of detrimental in seeing what you guys are doing. Now, you say you're from Wolf Creek, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you know Uncle Joe and them guys too then, huh?
Yeah, Joe's my uncle, Pete's my dad, Pete Sr.'s my grandpa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Many years ago, I did something with them in a traditional sense through the Gray Eagles. And I remember you. Because I used to go around with my grandpa Roy. But what I was suggesting to you, and you continue to do this work, include yourself with some of the elders again. Hena lila wakanki lena ektunjapi say. So that's what I wanted to give you for that understanding, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So since it sounds like we're going to create a resource committee, we wanted to see who would be willing to volunteer. Who will be willing to volunteer for the resource committee? I want to make sure that Shannon in the back gets your name and your phone number and your email and your social security and your U number. See, all of the numbers. So I'm going to go around starting here to see who would be willing to volunteer for a logistics or for a resource committee. Speak into the mic and say your name.
Beth Lone Eagle.
Your name.
Who is the next volunteer?
Kimberly Craven.
All right, we got 2 so far. Speak into the mic your name so she can grab it for the notes.
Your name.
Hey.
Oh, wait.
Wade Broken Nose. I'll say it for him. All right, over here. He didn't want to volunteer at that end. They all look down. Anybody else?
Wilma Waters.
Oh, I think we might need a mic over there.
Vivian Hyatt.
Any other volunteers?
I will commit to take back to the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe to make I'll make a budget request for the tribe to help sponsor through, a donation of we'll go for 50 to 100,000. We can put that forward as we do our budget for the next fiscal year, right?
Is it? She said no.
Troshka and Tom. This is going to be a very interesting resource committee meeting, so put me in there.
Manny Ironhawk said he's going to donate all the money for the next meeting. We good? All right, that's a good committee. We appreciate the volunteers for that committee. Oh wait, there was another one?
No.
Oh.
Stephanie Yellowhammer from Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, and we too will take maybe it's budgeting season starting for our tribe, but I don't know if we can match what Cheyenne River is doing, but we'll put something forth too and see if we can help in some way.
That's it too.
I'll donate some commodity beef.
Can I add something in? Nick, a number of years ago, the Kogi came, and they came a few times to the sacred sites, but on one of the times, they asked Ivan at a big treaty meeting to take their offerings, because they said they brought either 7 or 9 different bands had all made prayer bundles that they wanted to take to one of the sacred sites here. And Ivan, they just somehow came and approached him through their interpreter. And when they took him, Ivan can tell you more, but I remember this. They told him through their interpreter when he took him to Bear Butte, they were all prayers that you would all get your sacred Black Hills back. And they were also prayers that all your sacred belongings would come back to you. But the grandfather that was with them made sure to tell Ivan at that time, tell your people that whatever meetings you have on treaties or about your land base, have your meetings at your sacred sites, because it'll be far more powerful, because all the spirits there will strengthen anything you do or sign. I just remembered that. I know it's more, Ivan could tell you more sometime. Thank you. I only am saying it as a suggestion for a possible summer meeting location.
All right, and any other suggestions for the logistics meeting or logistics committee? You know, every time that we had this meeting, we had it in a different shape every time. Probably by the time that we get the Black Hills back, we would have had a meeting octagon. We had a triangle meeting. Now we have a circle. So maybe we'll have one in a heart shape. No, but I think every time that we had the meeting, you know, little things like that, like really put the energy into the space, and we take into heart. And every time there was a suggestion made, we tried to really implement it too. You know, given the restraints that we have of being inside of this building, but you know, we didn't choose other hotels because they wouldn't let us smudge. They wouldn't let us auxilia in some of the other ones. They let us do that here, so that was one of the reasons why we chose this over some of the other ones. So little things like that even, you know, matter and contributed to things too. Any other questions? Are we good to go?
Renee Ironhawk, Machiapi, Tokahe Huniwi, Lakota Nation, Iapi. I just wanted to share that on the logistics committee, I've been really honored to be a part of it in helping to plan these events. And I know I kind of got off track for a while there, thinking or talking about, including the whole Ocheri Shakoi. And, but I only shared that because I know there's many of our relatives across these states, these 4 or 5 states, Minneapolis or Minnesota, North Dakota, Montana, South Dakota, Wyoming, and even into Canada. And I just like to keep in that conversation or that language, because it is my hope that someday, eventually, maybe not at this time, since we're focused on a specific issue, but eventually I would hope that we would be able to have a meeting in the future of all our relatives of the 7 council fires, the Nakotas and the Dakotas. And I was really honored that my relative, Sissy Goodhouse, mentioned my dada, Harry Swifthorse, because our Tiospayes, we miss those ones that went on before us, but I believe they really gave us a good path or a road to follow. And we are today giving our young people a good path to follow. And when I see young ladies like the ones on the Education and Outreach Committee sharing about their efforts, I feel really hopeful and inspired that our ways will continue. And I see them making every effort to share in the Lakota language. And that's what gives me most hope, because they're not afraid. They're willing to share our language, even though they're learning themselves. And I just want to encourage them to continue with that. And I am glad to be on the, whoops, there, I ran out of time.
Thank you, Renee. Do we have any other questions or comments at this time for logistics?
Okay, give Tom a hand here. All right, thank you, Tom, for the logistics. Okay, we have a spiritual next on agenda. It'll be Harold Condon and Madonna Sitting Bear, right? Okay.
Thank you, Ivan. It's good to see each and every one of you here today. Me, Vida, some of our other spiritual committee members just got back from taking prayer up to Mato Tipila, as we follow the stars through the sacred sites. The next visit will be in September, but we've been pretty busy lately in the last few weeks since our last meeting, making prayer with ceremony, going into sweat, making prayer there with our relatives. But I also wanted to remind everyone too, as we go into this ceremony season that we're in for the summer ceremonies, that I want to remind everyone in here, if you can just please take the prayer that we all walk with for the Black Hills. And as you guys Sundance, as you sit there, as you support, as you go into Inipi with your relatives, I just encourage everyone in here, one heart, one mind, one prayer, and to make sure that you take that prayer back with your people and you always keep it there in order to help everything else that's going on, or in order to help this collective, in order to help this work that we're doing.
So the next thing that we have coming up, and ours is pretty short because we've just been doing secret sites visit, but the next most important time for us will be the Wopula that we're gonna do in regards to the first ceremony that we went to Lekshi Rick and presented the pipe, and we prayed for guidance and just help with the work. And so next Friday, down at his place, as they prepare for their Wiwangwachi, we will have Wopula. And so if anyone that here that is, you know, able to attend, like, we would really love the support from our people that attend collectively. There's a few of us that are really active. Vida is one of them, Melvin Miner. I think he's on his way back now. But being able to be consistent and go and make prayers. So I wanted to invite people to that too, to be able to support in that manner, to give Wopula and to give thanks, because the message that we got in the first ceremony was a really, really good message coming from the Tunkashilas. And so then hopefully there we'll get our next, I don't know, guidance. I'm hoping for the next guidance and how to go forward from that point. But as for me, that's all that I have, right, Vida? That's pretty much it. That's our update. Thank you. Wopula.
My name is Harold Condon. I'm retired from everything now, so just last Monday, I retired as a deacon in the Catholic Church. A deacon is a step away from priesthood. Since I'm married, I never can become a priest. But I retired from that after 40 years working there. And one of the committee members came up to me, asked me to mention or talk about spirituality. And when you approach like that, you're kind of totally unprepared. But what I know through the years about my own spirituality is that my relationship with
Turn
God.
your mic on so we could hear you.
Okay, could you hear me now? Okay, so one of the committee members came up to me and asked me to mention a little bit about spirituality. I've been a deacon in the Catholic Church for 40 years and just retired here last Monday from it. And so she probably thought I knew a lot about spirituality, but the only thing I could share is my own spirituality and my relationship with God. And what I like to say about spirituality is that how you live it and how you approach it in your own life. My relationship with God has been good through all the years I've been a deacon, and I spoke a lot of places. I even went to Rome to speak in front of the Pope about our way of life and our ceremonies, and he embraced it and told me to keep practicing your way and the way you pray and those type of things. Spirituality, to me, is a way of life for me. And as I retired, seemed like I got more invitation to speak here and there because it relieved me some of the strict things I have to live by in that manner. But what I would how to fulfill the request from one of the committee members is that you are approaching this in a spiritual manner through prayers, and also the meetings that you have always involves prayer. And then from there, you are derive at some kind of understanding for the land back type of thing, because we are part of the earth. this land back meeting was going for many, many years, but by a different title. And then now we have this on the Black Hills and discussing it. I know there was 2 attempts in Congress to give our land back, and we were rejected both times. And then so some people didn't want this to die, and so we're having these meetings. I know as a young boy growing up in our community, they had these meetings and worked closely with tribal council. And a lot of things said here were said then. And so there's a lot of repeat of, and there's these discussions happening. So I'd like to kind of conclude by saying that we are in a spiritual way here. And what we say, is going to be heard by people and from our own opinions sometimes. So this land buyback, we always contend that these Black Hills are ours, and that's true. And the treaty negotiations even mention those things, but of course Congress, the way they are, extends it and kind of puts claims on anything important like the Black Hills. But the thing I remember most about the hills is the spiritual aspects. It's like Bear Butte, place we come to fast, to have a vision quest. And I know myself, come back there every year to pray. And a lot of my prayers is for my future and how I am going to serve God in my life. Some of the things that are said kind of were impressive as far as the Black Hills. And the spiritual aspect will never die. And the spirituality that they use to approach it is pretty much a foundation for us. And I'd like to thank all of you for participating, coming back to these meetings until finally we get those hills back in our possession. And so I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and it was a surprise this committee member wanted me to touch a little bit on the spirituality. And that spirituality is mostly a personal thing, which we bring here to discuss the Black Hills. Mitake ase. Oh, you have any questions?
Anybody got questions for Harold and Madonna? There is one on Cloud over there. Hit the button there, Cloud.
Oh, here it is. Trying to look for the right button. Patu lutawa. Leche ohipi. Taku. Akuku. Uchokan kilana. Umoglaka. Chi makoche ukitha kilana. Hani wawa kanke. Ikwak. Tuk tak to komane kahana. Ochati shakomike. Tokea. Tonkashila. Wakantanka tokea. na muchacha que la na dona hena inaji na ya shanku washte akamane na hena trokala hela muchacha que lila na hena wa ohola. I'm sitting back here raising my hand. I hope the whip man don't come, but it's really hard to say these things in very short words. But I really respect and honor and love that our leaders that come, and it's hard. It's hard to share the love today. There's so many critics. There's so many critics around. There's so much jealousy. It's really hard to share the love of the Chanupa. It's really hard to share the love of the path that we chose to walk on. When I first had our treaty meetings over here, I called out Nick Tilson. I asked brother, I said, I need a little help on trying to get our Ocheti started. I want to do it the old way. I want us to light a fire. And he helped me. And he chose a family for that treaty meeting we had during LNI. It was cold. And this family stepped forward, and I came in and I helped them. I had a relative come out and light that fire without a match. And where are those teachings? Who knows how to light a fire without a match? That fire is a symbology of the sun. The sun comes from creation stories. The sun is a symbology of love for Mother Earth. And that Ocheti is a symbology of who we are. And it's hard. So I know the whipman's coming, so I just want to tell everyone we need to honor Nick. As we sit here as family, we need to honor him for what he's done to help us. Yeah, we'll collect you up. Thank you.
Lewakia Zikula Lakota Tase Bruhana, Ina Temi Kakile, Lakola Yapi Hujula, Woglaka, Wahonka Makiab. Na Yani Itacha Wakan Vichacha Hab, Hekatra Sapa, He Wanji, Wana Baden Kinekia, Wuapiki Wanji, Ukakni Gapte, Pope Francis, Wakan Vichacha Nawia, Wahab. Na Inate, World War II generation Hechap. Wana Yuha, Wana Makawichoni, Ayushtam. Wana Hiatam, Hetise, Tiwai and Tiospayes, we are in Tropic. Wanagi Chanku Hecha, Monimte, Kigrapte. Ashle Maka, Unti Ina Maka Kankile, Tiwai Untra Yuha, Ectism. Sleetje, nu se uskam. Twee, niet twee hoe. Twee laning te hoe. Het hem se unanjim te hecha. Tietroa, Lakota pen uhab. Tiospayes shakon uhab. Hewi jaka. As let Sioux Nation, Lakota Nation, het ook is ge, you talk stuff, het skawich as a gare. Heu Tropsne. Lakota Wichaya bin Hap. Hete se unajib te hecha. Wakanta ka yochla te sanwe daku ahiki kile. Ota ektusem. Heu stesne. Ver trotje chante trachan nari. Na wakanta ka. Woi hamle. Wowaka. Wolakota. Heu kachnig te hecha. Na len peti ki taku ahikte ki le ihani kia le untkhete ki le la khola ke ki yudagni pleshne wichaka untkhani ki le he chela uyati ki yuashtepte he kia nanku le watu nupa One torching was station. We are the same Lila, a one washed. Na Lila head, we charged a chin. As what doing, a man head, Okiski, Lewinki, a he, Lewa can't slate the loo. He walked all you, Kola. Now we are here. Taku a hiki kile. He wogla kap te hecha, wana, leon petiki. Wakanka ki hecha se yuga. Na hecha se ichump te hecha. Na nitwehu tikte lanik te hu hecha se wogla kap te hecha. Le spirituality ki le ichela. No dueni wichasha okifne. Wichasha.
Okay. Okay, gonna you can't be doing that. So.
Wichasha okifne.
All right, protocol. You're gonna have to follow that protocol. Anyway. Okay, well, we're at the spiritual part, and we'd like to give Harold and Madonna Sittingburg a hand of doing their spirituality. Aho, wopilalo, one of the Matho Tipala and doing the prayers today. Okay, I think there's, well,
I just have a
let's
quick
have some more
question.
questions, I guess, but.
Sorry, I just have a quick question. I'm hard of hearing. I need hearing aids. I know I'm young, but thanks to Frontlines, I'm hard of hearing. But when did you say your Wopila is and where at?
I'll come over and chat with you, but it's next Friday down in Porcupine area, so I can help you with the logistics on that. And if anyone else has any questions, please reach out to me directly, either here during the meeting, or I'm on the email thread, msittingbear@gmail.com. So if anyone has any questions, reach out to me. And I just want to say one more thing of, like, you know, regardless if you support or don't support this effort, and this is me too talking to the people who are listening, how important this prayer is that we make together. Because regardless, this is going to overall help our children, our youth, you know, the future of our people. And so again, I just ask for that prayer, that continued prayer. Again, if you're for it or not for it, like, please put the prayer in on our side, because it's very, very helpful, and we feel it and we see it and we hear it when we do go into ceremony. So thank you.
Thank you, Madonna. When you ask for something in ceremony, there's always a wopila that happens with them. I'm glad they're doing that. So again, spirituality is when you take, you gotta give, and you always gotta think of that changleshka, the sacred hoop of life, and everything that is involved in there. So, okay, now we're going on to the next thing on the agenda. It says moving forward and next steps. Action items from this meeting, and Nick is gonna do that one here, so pay attention, here he is.
Could I have one member of each committee come up to the front, please? One member of each committee come up to the front. We're gonna talk about next steps, action items moving forward. The first thing was all the committees have been meeting on a weekly basis. And I think those committee meetings will keep moving forward. We established, on action items, we established a resource committee. We had volunteers join that resource committee. Our job is not to pay for everything out of our pocket. Our job is to come together and figure out how we're going to resource future meetings. At the last meeting, we decided that we weren't going to have meetings throughout the summer. So we weren't going to have another meeting in June, July, August, out of respect that all of the different Wiwangwachis are going on. And so I think that we, for next steps, we're going to also have to set when our next meeting is. And for the committees that didn't hear, I'm asking one member of each committee to come up front at this time. So, outreach committee, logistic committee, bill drafting committee, advocacy committee, one member from each committee up here at this time. Because this effort has been organized by everybody in this room in different forms. So next steps, we have the Wopula that needs to be done. That's on the 21st, next Friday. And of course, as we know in our Lakota way, whenever you do the Wopula, you're also given guidance at that time. Also at that time, commitments are made at that time to give back for the guidance that was given too. So I don't want to underscore the importance of our Lakota protocol. They're not just going to go do a Wopula. They're going to go, and some people are going to have to make some commitments to give back too. So those are parts of the next steps. And then I think the other big next step is going to be setting our next meeting. And this is where I wanted to bring up something that was brought up before, that if one of the tribes or one of the bands wanted to be the host of the next meeting. Because if that's the case, that was something that was brought to us. And so we want to make sure that we open the space up to see if there is one of the tribes or bands that wanted to host the next meeting. And I don't know if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that that was going to be, I don't know if that came from Standing Rock or that was a rumor. So maybe you could speak to it.
Go ahead, they said. But at our meeting on June 5th, one of the things that they talked about was doing more outreach, and that was our intention. We just didn't have a schedule where we could have a Rock Creek at June 28th at 9 o'clock or something. We didn't put it down like that because we know the people. We know the people, and we already called Elston, Yellow Rings, and next Wednesday we're going to be there. Next Thursday we're going to be going to Running Antelope. So it's like that we, it's good to know people, good to go out and visit people all the time, because then you could just call upon them, and then or if they can't do it, they'll let you know. So that's what we're doing in that aspect. But during the meeting at the council, there was 2 individuals that wanted to host the meeting. They said maybe we could just go ahead and host the meeting. So we told them that we would bring that up here, and then the councilman Bailey, Sidney Bailey, is the one that was all for it. So that's what I wanted to mention earlier. But Jody, you got anything else you want to say with that? No? Okay. That's what we talked about. So we wanted to maybe talk to Anissa later on and get an idea of who can come or who will come to Standing Rock, because it's in the past we've had meetings up there, and about a fourth the people sitting in this room showed up, you know, and so a lot of food went to waste, you know, things like that. But if we can get a closer figure amount of people that would show up, and then, you know, that helps us out as well. And then also which casino, because we have a Grand River Casino, and they got rooms there, or maybe we could go to Perry Knights. It's a larger casino. They have a like a pavilion where we could meet in a place like this, you know. So we wanted to maybe get a figure as to how much would attend. So that was one of the things that we start thinking about, start working towards. So we can present that back to Councilman Bailey and the other council as well, so they can, you know, get an idea of what the type of expenses they're looking at.
And just to clarify, that meeting is more of an outreach meeting for Standing Rock?
No.
For education, or to host this meeting?
To host this meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is what they want to know more about. But we have 2 here, and we have 17 on council. You know, so there's council people, and there's community people that also would like to attend. You know, so granted, it might be community ed for reservation folks, or it could be, and they could understand as people go through their reports and go through what they need, what they're doing, and how they can advance that. Because it's interesting that, you know, we have the legislative lady over here. You know, that's really interesting, because they're not aware of those steps that need to be taken. You know, so they can in turn make motions in our communities as to how we should start to proceed, or what we need to do next at home. You know, so I think that really helps out. And when we got the resolution passed, you know, we were just thinking Standing Rock is doing this. We have education people in other reservations. We thought they would be doing something as well, you know, and I think that, you know, however we move, you know, as long as we keep moving towards that goal, you know, whatever goal we set out for ourselves, we need to move towards those. And that was the goal we set out for, is to community ed, tribal government ed, and to see how much backing, support we could get from our government.
So I think the proposal is that the next meeting that we have be hosted by the Hunkpapa and in Standing Rock. Are we still thinking of the same timeline, like that September, like the next big meeting that we have, September? Okay. So at this meeting, just to be clear for those who are listening, we're not going to decide what the date of that meeting is going to be right now, like we did in last meetings, because we have to coordinate with the Hunkpapa when it works for them. But it will be sometime, hopefully towards the beginning of September, but we'll work on the exact dates of when that would be, and then we'll send it out to the listserv that we have. So we'll coordinate with them. So that's one good thing. We know it's going to be the first part of September. It's going to be hosted by the Hunkpapa in Standing Rock. And then I think the other action items and next steps is every time that this has been taken, like to committees and to different meetings, they want to say, the people say, we need to take this back out to the people. Well, now we have 3 months to take this back out to the people. And we have all the different ways to do that. On some communities, they have community meetings, they have district meetings. Some people will put together meetings just for this. So to be clear, next steps is that the different people who are representative of the different bands and the different tribes are doing that work in the month of June, July, August, so that when we come back together in September, a lot of outreach and community meetings would have happened. And so that's the expectation of individuals, and I know some of these meetings have already been set up. There's one up in Standing Rock, there's one in Cheyenne River. I know that Justin Poyer is working on one for Pine Ridge, and some of the treaty council members. And I know it's election year, so that some people don't want to make a position, but the Black Hills needs you, whether you're running for tribal council or not. So throughout the summer, we're going to keep having those outreach meetings. Those are going to be led by the people from those communities and from those tribes. If your tribal council has had a resolution go to your committees, and they said we want it to go back out to the districts, the expectation is the people from there help take it back out to the districts, because we do want to respect that process. If that is the process of your tribe or your community, then it's the responsibility of you, from there to follow through on that. We can help provide the materials. We can help provide draft resolutions like we have. I don't know if you want to touch on that too, Tracy.
Yeah, we've prepared draft resolutions, and actually Holly and I were speaking earlier. I think we're trying to figure out the best way to get it to everybody, but we've got draft resolution kind of templates for each one. Well, Standing Rock we don't need to worry about because you did it. Thank you guys. But Cheyenne River, Rosebud, and Oglala, we've got draft templates of resolutions. And then it's also important, and Holly mentioned this too, I think, is we need to get Department of Interior on the administrative side and the executive side to help with this too. And so we also have a letter template that if even just your tribal chairman or your president has the authority to or is willing to just send the letter directly to Secretary Holland's office to ask for that, we have a template letter for that too. So just get a hold of me or Holly.
I'll just remind everybody in here who did not hear earlier about the teach-in that we'll be having at the end of the month on June 29th at the CRST Bingo Hall. That will be a great time for members of Cheyenne River to get involved and get knowledgeable, educated on this issue, and that way they can take it back to their families and their Tiospayes so we can start educating our whole Oyate, and we all come together. But that teach-in, again, a reminder, there's the flyer. We'll put out more flyers too. There's, should I talk about the Facebook page? Yeah. Okay. We do have a Facebook page. It hasn't exactly gone live yet, but it will soon. And that will be called the Education and Outreach Committee for the Sacred Black Hills Restoration Act. I know that's a mouthful, but it has been developed. It just needs to go live. And then that's where we can all find out more information online about the various updates that come up with the act, and then current events or whatever it is that pertains to the act. It can be found on that page. But just a reminder, there's a flyer, and if anybody wants to come help, or even folks from other committees, even from Legislative Committee, Bill Drafting Committee, Spiritual Committee, Logistics Committee, if anybody wants to come down for this event, I encourage you to do so in case you want to answer any questions that I may not be able to, or folks from the Education and Outreach Committee might not be able to. I'd encourage for folks from those committees to help step in and come be part of this event. Thank you.
And then also look forward, we're going to be creating a toolkit like we mentioned earlier in the education committee. And so we'll be emailing that out to everyone. And that will give you everything you need to know on what you can do to help, how to get out all these resources and everything that you need to know. So look forward for that.
Nick.
Also for the, go ahead, Lakshmi.
Nick, did we make a resolution already to the Congress or President or Secretary? Did we make already one?
No.
No, not yet. Huh?
No,
Are we
not
gonna?
yet.
No.
Oh, you mean for
Yeah.
Do you mean
So
to the Oglala Sioux tribe, or which one do you mean?
That was the main. We have to do it. We have to push it. We have to push it. Because I know if we take our treaties to United States, they're going to deny us. What are we going to do if they denied us? We need to go World Court. Lakota versus United States to the World Court. We need some international attorneys. We need an international attorney to protect us in the World Court. Because I know they're not going to do it, the United States is not going to do it. So we need to get action, move.
Uh-huh. The other next steps for this endeavor too is that in this next 3 months, the goal, to be really clear, the goal of the next 3 months is to get all of the Lakota tribes to pass resolutions, so that by the time that we have our meeting hosted at Standing Rock in September, that we have the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, the Oglala Sioux tribe, the Rosebud Sioux tribe, all have joined Standing Rock in passing resolutions. So if you're from those tribes, collaborate with your treaty council leaders, collaborate with your grassroots people. In addition to getting tribal council resolutions passed, we know that we have different societies, we have different treaty councils. However your treaty council makes decisions, whether you guys vote to reach consensus, getting support letters from the treaty councils to say, we support this endeavor and this is why, that work could happen over this next 3 months, and it will help show representation. The other thing that really needs to happen in this period of time, and maybe this comes out of the legislative committee, is that we have to put a negotiating team together that's representative of treaty council people and it's representative of tribal government. The reason for that negotiating team is that whenever we introduce this resolution or we introduce the act, there's going to be back and forth. And so the different treaty councils, to have some of your representatives be willing to participate. Harry was talking about this earlier. Actually, Harry Little Thunder was talking about this earlier, to make sure that our goal is that the elected officials hear from our treaty council members, from our tribal leaders. And so we need people to be able to volunteer to agree to be on a negotiating team. Because when we go in the fall, we're going to have that team assembled. And that will be one of the things, the goals over the next 3 months is to put the negotiating team together and then present that negotiating team before the Oyate at September meeting. So that's next steps. All right, we'll take questions at this time. We want to make sure that what happens next, that there's clarity in this room. And so we want to leave the time open. If anybody has any questions, about the next steps of this endeavor. Said Lakshmi Cedric.
You know, the Standing Rock's hosting the 50th anniversary International Indian Treaty Conference in June 21st to the 24th. And at the last days when they're gonna pass resolutions and acknowledge letters or whatever they need, they're gonna do. And I think it'd be good if Indian Collective or the Outreach Committee or something put a resolution together so that we could hear, we should pass it so that we could take that, or we could take the resolution without it being passed here. We could take it to the International Indian Treaty Council and then get that passed, because they have representatives that are global now. So, you know, I think that'll be another good step to take, you know, to be recognized and to be supported globally. So.
And when was the dates for that again?
21st to the 24th, and then to get that resolution passed on the last day.
Oh, huh. That sounds like a good.
Nick, over here, on this side behind you. Your next steps with this, I'm going to Ethity for their Sundance. So if one of you guys, because over there they're similar to us, but my dogmen up there, Myron and Devin Oldman, I'll help you guys to coordinate with them to get them to come to the next meeting if that's plausible. Go ahead.
Oh, that's the other. That's good. We'll do that. And I think that's the other thing too, is now that we have a final draft, this is really, I mean, reaching out to both the allies. I know I was talking to Alexi Ivan about reaching out to the Shahila and inviting them, and also to the rest of the Osheti Chalkoi. You know, if they can all be invited to the next meeting that we have in September at Standing Rock. But we need volunteers to reach out to those different tribes. And we need people to commit to reaching out to the different bands of those different tribes to be able to attend. Because I know that for a long time people have said, hey, we need to make sure that we include other members of the Osheti Koi. And we want to do that. But we need people to take up the responsibility of reaching out to them. Instead of saying, how come we didn't invite so-and-so? So I think that's important, you know, to do that. And so it sounds like Lakshi Chanupa Gluhamani is going to reach out to the relatives to the west of here. So, do we have somebody who's willing to reach out to the Sisseton Wahpeton? All right, so let it be for the record, Kimberly Craven is going to be the ones to reach out to the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate to invite them to the next meeting in September. So you're going to reach it.
Nick, Toshka. I have a comment. This is Harry Little Thunder, Shine River. In addition to what you mentioned earlier about treaty councils, that's good that we need to work with the leadership of tribal leadership with the tribal council and treaty councils. And we've been working on this for 2 years, trying to get a treaty office, and we have resolutions that we pertain to a treaty office, a budget, and a Tiospayes recognition. And so far, it's been 2 years,
And we need, some of the tribal council members are here, and I think they understand what we all talk about, that we need to work together. And just recently, a couple of months ago, I took those resolutions to the AG, and I believe she's sitting here in the room, and we haven't heard from her. So we like to make it that we need to move forward with this to get a treaty office. And it's been 2 years. And these are the things that we need to work on, is to communicate with other treaty offices in Rosebud and Oglala and Standing Rock, and to coordinate all these plans about how to land back the Black Hills and so on. So we have the resolutions. I believe Manny has the copy, and perhaps we can ask Tracy can look at it and do a legal review and get some answers. And we need to move forward on this. So I guess the clock is running. So with that, I just want to put that out there. How?
Oh, how'd you do?
Actually, Mandy, back right.
That's what I wanted to say too, Harry, for what Harry just said. All these reservations, the tribal councils need to work with all the treaty councils so that we can move forward. Because majority of us are treaty tribes, that we have a treaty with the United States government. And all these years, a lot of our elders have left us that are on treaty councils. So we're the next generation that is coming up. I'm just just turned an elder, that I'm on the treaty council, but you know, we have to work with these tribal councils so that we can move forward. And nothing against Indian Collective, but I seen their budget last meeting, and when they say resources, are you asking for like a place to have a meeting and whoever's hosting that meeting to pay for everything, or some of it, or that was just my question.
Yeah, I can answer that question. The answer to the question is the Indian Collective has been paying for putting these meetings together, but it's our collective responsibility as all Lakota to do that. And so we are asking for people to help carry that responsibility too, moving forward. And we'll continue to support. But Indian Collective also does a lot of other work in supporting not only in the Lakota region, but all over North America. And so it's really important that this effort that we're pitching in our shared resources. And so we are asking for, somebody to host the meeting, but we're also asking the people who volunteered on the resource committee to help raise the resources, to figure out where we're gonna get the resources. Maybe a tribe has resources to donate in the process. Maybe we have some resources, but putting them together, putting all of our resources together so that we can continue to have these meetings. The majority of the resources that Indian Collective has, the vast majority of them, we give out grants, and that's a lot of where the resources that we have gone, resourcing over 700 organizations throughout Indian country. So that's one part of what we do, and that's how we could, provide resources for to support part of the next meeting, but we want the responsibility to be shared. We want it to be all of us, because this is all of our shared responsibility to do that work. So I hope that that was clear to you, Lakshya, and also to the people online listening too.
My name is Christopher Eaglebear. I'm a representative of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And anyways, Lakshya Nick here was talking about sharing resources, and to all my fellow council reps across Indian country from other tribes, Standing Rock is a good resource when it comes to these resolutions that they pass, because they have a blueprint on how to do it. And that's one thing that we really need to unify in and supporting of this, because the Black Hills came up when our grandparents were alive. Now they're no longer here. And now you're the grandparents. Someday I'll be the grandparent trying to, hopefully living in the Black Hills with what we do today. But I know that as a collective effort, I'm really grateful for you guys for hosting these events for us so that we can be here, because I've learned so much in the last 4 months. Going forward, though, I know that we don't meet until September, which is good, too, because I know how this is going to go for my tribe, how we do it. It's going to make us push it back to the committees first, then come to the council. But what I mean by the resources, I know that Standing Rock already did this already, so they have it in their blueprints. So if you guys need help, they're a really key group to get in contact with to try to move this forward. And so thank you, Standing Rock, for having this blueprint for us, and thank you, Nick, for having this place for us to come together and share our ideas in a good way.
Nick.
So just to be clear, though, I want to make sure are you making a commitment to take a resolution to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe?
Yeah, as a Rosebud council rep, I plan to bring this up on Tuesday.
So, that's your tool.
Yeah, for Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, that resolution, that action was to take it out to the communities. So I guess on the 29th, the planning session will begin to get the logistics on the 22 communities we have, and then hopefully use our language too. But I want to talk about resources, because that's what we got to talk about. When you talk about 1851 territory, there's red, white, black, and yellow living in our territory now. And many, all these rivers, water, very important, water quality. There's so many issues, 360 issues hitting us, that we need the 7 Tiospayes, Nasulaki, Natkachi. We need to sit together on all of these issues, because it talks about resources. These elders that we had when they were forcing this Indian Reorganization Act on our people, and they were forcing it on our people, persecuting our people, putting them in jail, and even hanging some. So when we talk about that persecution, that's not that far away, but this younger generation don't know that. So these IRE council reps that get on these IRE governments, they need to understand our history and the Makocha, because we're talking resources. They put aside 14.5 quadrillion, and it involves a couple countries. Every time we bring it up, nobody wants to talk about it. We have to. That's what they set up. We have to talk about that. And they set aside 3 trillion in 1952. How did these Hachans of ours know all of these things? Because they lived with Unchi and Namaka. They traversed this whole area. They knew all the plants, regenerative soil practices. We got to talk about all of these issues. And we're not doing any governmental functions that I see treaty councils doing, and the IRE governments aren't able or capable of doing it, what I see. So we play this federal game with the IRE government, which is that IRE template constitution, and we have a Teach-One Constitution that recognizes who we are, puts us into the United Nations where we need to start speaking with other countries now. So we need to have that discussion. It's like this. It's like the two scouts. You know, one's bad and one's good. That's the duality of man, you know. We have to make those good choices, especially as elected officials with the people's trust. So let's win that people's trust, but let's get all these facts out there. Let's talk about the resources. I haven't seen that happen with the treaty councils or the tribal councils. And you bring budgets in of 12 million, 8 million, 5 million, and they're about ready to, they can't comprehend it. So our people are living in poverty. Ushikap. And we're not, we're not. We're the most powerful people here, the richest people. Let's start being that. We have to talk resources next. Oh, Palamalo.
Oh, that's it too. All right, I think we're almost wrapped up here. Any other questions or comments about next steps? We want to make sure the next steps are clear to everybody in this room. Also, by the time the September meeting rolls around, probably before then, we'll have some comments back on our draft from Schatz's office, because we gave them a copy for them to give us comments back on that draft, and we'll be able to go over those comments at the next meeting in Standing Rock in September. If there's no other questions about next steps, we're gonna hand it back over here to Lexi, Ivan. Oh, we got one right over here. Lexi, Keith.
I have a comment, please.
Okay, we'll go here and then over to Lexi.
Okay. Francine Hall, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. This gentleman is too humble to put his name forward, so I'd like to do it for him. I would like to put Ivan Looking Horse's name forward as a member of the spiritual committee. Thank you.
I just want to point out that we have had Ivan with us on the committee in a meeting, and again, like Lexi, you're always invited back no matter what, every Tuesday, same time, same place, and we really enjoyed having you at the meeting that you did attend. Thank you.
Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, I have a question, a friendly question. The things I was mentioning earlier real quick before we broke for lunch, the reason I mentioned that I was put on this legislative committee was because I have things that I feel are really important. And as an elder person, I think that makes it even more significant because I carry forward what is the points I think that came out of the last couple meetings, I believe. I heard some of the different elderlies that are not here right now. They made these points that were really important to them. And so my question is, can I, as a member of this committee, bring forward these things to the committee, hopefully that they could be included in this draft? And the second question is, when you say final draft, do you mean that there is no more room for nothing else to go into this bill?
Nick Lexi, that's a really good question. No, we just said final draft because we wanted to have something that was far enough along to take it out to the people. But it's still a draft, but it was before it was like a working document. So we wanted to, there's kind of like two stages of this happening. We wanted to get something that get us going. That's the document that we have right now. But we're gonna be collecting feedback is gonna be ongoing, because when it goes back out to the people, you'll be able to contribute. On that committee, you'll be able to take things to that committee now. We'll also have the feedback. We'll have feedback from some of the members of Congress too, giving their thoughts and ideas. And so the document is going to continue to evolve moving forward too. So just wanted to say that. And so when you bring stuff to the committee, it'll continue to be incorporated. And probably what we'll have to do is, because there's a lot of different feedback being given throughout the summer, is that there's going to be feedback that's going to have to all be collected into the version that we have at the September meeting. Because I think feedback's going to come from the committee, but also other community sessions too. So hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. So what I have, I'll just share with the committee before I leave. Okay, privately. Thank you.
This is Emmanuel Red Bear from Wakpawa State Treaty Council. When they have the final draft, I have a question for those who are working in Washington. Is there a possible chance that they might add on a rider on this bill? They usually put on a rider so that, we gotta negotiate. That's just my question.
Hey, Jody, did you hear that question? I think we have to, can you restate the question? I think, Jody, if we could ask you to come up here. Oh, you don't want to.
Usually when they have a bill in Congress, they would add on a rider so that we won't get what we're really asking for. We probably won't get as much as land we want back, or something like that. It's just something I thought about. Is there a possibility that when this bill goes in, that they could attach a rider to it?
Yes. Well, I would say that there can be a lot of stuff that would happen to any bill. And usually when they're talking about getting a bill through Congress, then they're always in negotiation mode. So just because, and this is what I was trying to refer to earlier, is this final draft is the first cut at what there will be a lot of negotiations. And at any point when the negotiations, this is where, I was just talking about this with somebody back here, is that long time ago you would have Itantra, and they would get feedback from the people, and then they would be the decision makers on where the line is for what's acceptable and what's not. And so that's the case still today, but we have to get back to the idea that we can still push without saying the worst thing is going to happen before we even start. So at any point we can say that the Congress that we're dealing with is not favorable to what we want, and we can pull back and not have the bill go forward if it goes too far and we don't get the right kind of conditions that we want the land back in, if that helps.
Atona anagap tanakap ki hele Emmanuel Red Bear machap. Natwe paha ekta tipis ka ekta yap ti hunters. Unchi mitha ki twe ithanchawa paha ekta labna maska lab the hunters. Twe ki lakhotia wogla kakta hecha kyap. No disrespect to the non-speakers, but my grandmother said, if anybody is going to Washington, D.C. to deal with these people, they must speak Lakota. That way they know that we're still alive in Indian country. Some people think that the Lakotas are no longer around. So we have to send people to show them that we're still here in South Dakota, speaking our language, living our culture. Is it possible that they could do that if we're going to negotiate on this bill?
I think that the way that I see this is that I'm not the decision maker here, and I'm certainly not going to be the person speaking. I can be a conduit for figuring out how to talk to those members of Congress, but it is going to be up to the people to decide who's negotiating. And that always goes back to the who's doing this. And as long as we're sticking together that on the principle that we will have traditional leaders who speak Lakota in the room, I think that's something that's totally doable. But I don't speak Lakota, and I'm not going to be representing on behalf of anybody, because it's really everybody's, and it's really based on, I think, what you're saying the ancestors and the grandparents wanted for the Black Hills. And so I think it's consistent.
I got a comment. Earlier, when you and Holly were up there, I mentioned that there'd be negotiations.
It's just a reminding. Reminding is we already make 1868, 1851 treaties are already made. They took it to Washington, D.C. The Congress and presidents, they already have it over there. So we need to negotiate. I don't think we don't need to negotiate, because they already stole our land. They already stole our land, so we can't renegotiate anything like that. That's a 77 Act, they stole it. So we can negotiate, just idea, yeah.
That's what my comment is about earlier, is that when Holly and Jody was talking, that we like to have the treaty councils go along, because you know, the 1868 treaty, when they took that treaty to Chicago, rewrite. So when they go to D.C., there might be a D.C. rewrite. And we do need to have the treaty councils be there to be part of that negotiation. And now that's true. We don't need to negotiate. These are treaties. That's true. And so we don't want it to be a Washington or actually D.C. rewrite. So treaty councils should be there. And if you keep contact with the treaty councils, Holly and Jody, Wopilalo.
Yeah, let me clarify, especially for the folks that are listening to online. When we talked about putting together a negotiating team, that's made up of treaty council members and tribal government members. That the negotiating team who will be negotiating with the government about this act will be a negotiating team made up of treaty council members. To be clear, that negotiating team is to not negotiate the treaties. That's not the purpose of the negotiating team. The only purpose of the negotiating team is to negotiate the context of the the Sacred Black Hills Restoration Act. So just wanted to clarify that for folks online, because sometimes, you know, back and forth, they don't understand that. So,
right on. That's what I'm talking about. They might take it over there and take that bill and rewrite it, DC rewrite, and that's why we need to have the treaty councils go along with the legislator committee. So I think that needs to be addressed. So with that, what Emmanuel was saying too is that there was a a meeting that was held in DC, and that came out that one of the tribal leaders couldn't speak Lakota, so they came back without any funds. True story.
Another thing that I wanted to say, Emmanuel Red Bear, north of here, north of Newell, South Dakota, up in that Bison area, there are 17 federal range units that are being leased by ranchers. We went up there for cultural items. They call it the Slim Buttes area. The Battle of the American Horse. There's some federal land there too that we can ask for. That's a summer camp of the Lakota people. In that Slim Buttes area, the uranium mining has been done there. There's a Ludlow cave where there's picture glyphs of Lakota people. And there was 65 exposed bodies in that Ludlow area. I don't know what they did at that time because I could only go there 2 times because of the uranium. But we went there and there was a lot of exposed bodies, bones. I worked with cultural preservation at that time, and seemed like that'd be part of the land that we could ask for too. Is those 17 federal range units. I don't know if anybody ever looked into it, but at that time I was working with the Defenders of Black Hills, Charmaine Whiteface and that crew. So somebody needs to check that out.
Well, at this time, I'm going to hand it back over to Lexi Ivan, Looking Horse, to help us wrap up today's meeting so that we follow our protocol for the meeting. But I want to thank everybody for coming here, for walking on the prayers, for standing up for the land, and for doing this work in a good way and coming here with an open mind. And I want to thank all of the different people who volunteer on the committees, the committee leads, and everybody who's put their heart and energy into this work, because it's this work that's going to get us closer to getting our land back and having a healing for the people. So, Hachatu.
Oh, okay. I'd like to have the staff carriers that brought him in and the ones that followed him in, come on back to the staffs. And also, singers, get ready for Wochik Oloaji. Ahiyak Nahan. Letcha Steve Dubre, Letcha Dicho Pilo, Wochik Yenish Pilocha. Hey, Wochik Yakihan. Okay, we're going to have the end of the meeting time. I'd like to give a big thank you for NDN Collective for putting on this here meeting here. So give them a round of applause. Ahoo. I also like to have a good hand for the Ampo Wichakpi Owawa Morning Star School, thank you. And all the ones that came here today, welcome, and also have a safe travel back. And then, Oka, we'd like to get the staff carriers over here. Wochike Oloa Ahiapo, Creekside, 4 push-ups. Ahoo, now Steve Bray, let's ya uo. Oh, right behind.
Kashla, on Peter Gator. Tita Goi O, Gavita, Oyan Kapo.
Awake, boy, okay. Hey, okay. Ja, wana tawapa haki, wana. Iglusta pelo leo better kita. What you cha wana iglusta pelo. Wopila lo. Wopilalo, aho. Whoa, Wopilalo. Wopila Creekside, Chanchaga. We'll see you at the next meeting and keep up the good work. Have a safe travel home. Aho, Echitulo.
Hello. Before everybody leaves, I just want to say we found a phone in the women's bathroom. So if you're missing a phone, check to see, make sure you got your phone, because if you don't, we have it right here. It was found in the women's bathroom.